The rain had been at it since lunch, a steady sort of business that turned the village soft at the edges. Iris Harland stood in the porch of Elder Cottage, shaking droplets from her umbrella before propping it in the old milk churn by the door. 3 umbrellas already leaned there, 2 black, 1 faded floral that had belonged to the previous owner and hadn't seemed worth throwing away. She'd keep them all. You never knew when someone might arrive damp and unprepared. Inside, the cottage exhaled its particular evening smell. Old wood, yesterday's toast, the faint green note of damp that never quite left the walls. She unwound her scarf, wool the color of good soil, and hung it on the peg where it dripped its small puddle onto the tiles. The radiator ticked. Somewhere upstairs, Moss was probably still curled on the bed, pretending the move to Little Darlow hadn't happened. Iris filled the kettle at the sink, watching the rain blur the back garden into watercolor. The fence leaned left, had been leaning since she'd arrived 2 weeks ago, maybe longer. She'd get to it, or find someone who knew about fences. The fairy lights she'd strung along it last weekend trembled in the wind, their small yellows the only hard edges in all that gray. The kettle settled onto the hob with its familiar clank. Gas clicked 3 times before catching. She'd learned its rhythm now. While it heated, she pulled yesterday's loaf from the bread bin. A decent bakery, at least. That was something. The heel was too thick, the next slice too thin, but the third came away even. She'd never been precious about perfection. The butter dish sat on the counter where she'd left it this morning, soft enough now to spread without tearing. She laid the slice in the grill pan, adjusting it twice before she was satisfied. The smallest window above the sink opened with a squeak, letting in the sound of rain on leaves, the mineral smell of wet earth. October in a new place. Every October smelled different, she'd found. Behind her, footsteps on the stairs. Moss appeared in the doorway, orange and suspicious, surveying the kitchen as if it might have rearranged itself since breakfast. Same as this morning, Iris told him. Same as yesterday. He sat down anyway, tail wrapped neat around his paws, watching her light the grill. The wicker basket by the lamp held the day's accumulation, post she hadn't opened, keys, a flyer from the village hall about volunteers for something or other, 2-pound coins and a button from her coat pocket. She'd sort it later, or tomorrow. The basket was deep enough to hold a few days' worth of postponements. Steam began its whisper from the kettle's spout. She fetched the teapot. Brown Betty came with the cottage and the good tin of Yorkshire gold. 2 scoops. The cottage felt like a 2-scoop sort of place. While the tea steeped, she turned the bread. The underside had blushed golden, those little brown spots that meant the temperature was right. The marmalade jar caught the lamplight when she opened the cupboard. Proper stuff, thick cut, more peel than jelly. She'd bought it at the Saturday market from a woman who'd asked if she was settling in all right. Was the cottage treating her well? Did she know about the bins? Village kindness. Careful and thorough. Toast done. Butter pooling in the corners where she'd been generous. Marmalade thick enough to hold the knife upright for a moment before it slowly tilted. She carried the plate to the small table by the window, then back for the tea. No milk tonight. The rain deserved clarity. A knock at the door made Moss disappear instantly. Just orange smoke and wounded dignity. Iris set down her cup. Through the glass panel she could make out a dark coat, an elderly stoop, the white edge of an envelope. She opened the door to an old man with a walking stick kind of mustache that belonged to another century. Rain spotted his shoulders, despite the umbrella he carried. "Sorry to disturb." His voice had that careful politeness of someone who genuinely was sorry. "Arthur Pritchard, from number 12. I believe this came to me by mistake." He held out the envelope. Her name in clear type, his address below it. "Oh, thank you, that's kind. Would you like to come in? I've just made tea." He hesitated. She could see him weighing politeness against intrusion, the rain against his empty house. "I've made toast as well," she added. "Too much bread for one person, really. That seemed to decide it. Well, if you're certain." She stepped back, and he entered with the careful movements of someone whose bones complained about weather. His umbrella joined the others in the milk churn, a good black one with a wooden handle worn smooth. "Proper collection you've got there," he said, nodding at the umbrellas. Previous owner left a few things, seemed useful to keep. Mrs. Halloway, moved to be nearer her daughter, Exeter way, made decent jam. In the kitchen, she gestured to the chair across from hers. He lowered himself carefully, walking stick-hooked on the table edge. Steam from her tea made small ghosts between them. She moved to the counter, sliced more bread. The rhythm felt good, purposeful. Slice, butter, wait for the grill to remember its job. Behind her, Mr. Pritchard cleared his throat. "You've the cottage looking well," Mrs. Halloway would approve. "Still finding my way around it. The fence needs attention. Tom Avery might help with that. New lad, does gardens and such. Has the allotment passed mine?" She fetched another cup, poured tea the color of conkers. He took it with both hands, fingers bent with arthritis, but still steady. The toast came off the grill just right, and she was generous with the butter, more so with the marmalade. When she set it before him, he made a small sound, surprise or pleasure, hard to tell. "Haven't had proper toast in months," he said, then seemed embarrassed by the admission. They ate without talking. The rain kept its commentary against the windows. Moss reappeared, assessed the visitor from the doorway, then claimed his spot by the radiator. Mr. Pritchard took small, neat bites, catching crumbs with his palm. His wedding ring caught the light, thick gold, worn thin at the edges. "Good marmalade," he said eventually. "Saturday market." The woman with the checked tablecloth. "Mrs. Dalton." She knew my wife. A pause. Teacup lifted and set down without drinking. My wife made marmalade every January. Seville oranges when they came in. House smelled of it for days. Iris spread another piece of toast, cut it into soldiers, pushed the plate between them. What was her recipe? He looked up, surprised maybe that anyone would ask. 2 parts orange to 1 part lemon. Said the lemon kept it bright. Always added the sugar off the heat. Said it preserved the color better that way. She nodded, filing it away. Outside the rain thickened, drumming the porch roof. Mr. Pritchard straightened slightly. "I should go. Don't want to outstay. Weather's getting worse. Finish your tea at least." He settled back, and she saw his relief in the small adjustment of his shoulders. They sat while the kitchen darkened around them, lamplight growing more definite against the gray. The toast plate emptied slowly between them. "I could make more," she offered. No. This was unexpected, kind, but he didn't move to leave yet. She understood that sort of stillness, the way an empty house could make you forget how to cross your own threshold. "I usually make toast about this time," she said, casual as she could manage. "If you're ever passing." His fingers found the handle of his walking stick. "I walk most evenings, weather permitting. The door's just wood. Knocks, Carrie." He stood then, careful of his hip. She fetched his umbrella from the porch, noted how he tested his weight before each step. At the door, he paused. "Your fence." "Tom Avery drinks at the King's Head on Thursdays. After 7, usually." "Thank you." He nodded, opened his umbrella with practiced efficiency, and stepped into the rain. She watched him navigate the path, stick in one hand, umbrella held high in the other. At the gate, he turned back briefly, touched the brim of an invisible hat, then continued into the darkening street. Back in the kitchen, Moss had claimed Mr. Pritchard's chair, leaving orange fur on the cushion. Iris cleared the plates, ran water in the sink, let her hands rest in the warmth. The letter he'd brought lay unopened on the counter. Something from the bank, probably, nothing that wouldn't keep. She dried the plates slowly, returning each to its place. The cottage had good bones. Mrs. Halloway's careful presence, still in the way cupboards closed, with a satisfied click, the way shelves sat level without wobbling. In the bottom drawer, hunting for a fresh tea towel, her fingers found something unexpected. A rectangular tin pushed to the back, painted with faded roses. Inside, recipe cards in careful handwriting. Lemon drizzle for church fete. Quick pickle for green tomatoes. Blackberry fool, use cream from Morrison's. And there, in the same precise script, Seville orange marmalade, January. The instructions were thorough, motherly. "Don't let the pips escape the muslin bag. They'll make it bitter. Test the set on a cold plate from the freezer. If it's not quite ready, 5 more minutes won't hurt." At the bottom, in different ink, "Arthur P.'s wife adds lemon. Try next year." Iris sat at the table with the tin, reading through the cards by lamplight. A summer pudding recipe suggested saving some fruit back for when John comes. Christmas cake instructions began 2 months early. Feed with brandy every Sunday after stir-up Sunday. A life in careful cursive, measuring cups and remembering preferences. The rain had gentled to a whisper. She returned the tin to its drawer, not hiding it, just keeping it safe, and made another pot of tea. 1 cup now, but she'd washed both. The spare sat on the draining board, catching the light. By the window, she looked out at the leaning fence, the fairy lights making brave dots in the darkness. Tomorrow, she'd stop at the King's Head. Thursday was only 2 days off. The thought of asking a stranger about fence posts made her stomach tighten, but Mr. Pritchard had offered the information like a gift. It would be rude not to use it. She carried her tea to the small sitting room, where a book lay face down on the arm of the chair, but she didn't pick it up. Instead, she listened to the house settling, learning its evening sounds, pipes ticking, Moss cleaning his whiskers, the particular silence of a new place that might, with time and toast and unexpected visitors, become home. Later, climbing the stairs, she passed the landing window. Below, the village spread out in points of light, windows golden against the dark, the occasional street lamp making silver circles in the rain. Someone was walking a dog despite the weather. Someone else was bringing in bins. Small, necessary movements of a Tuesday night. In the bedroom, she changed into her night things while Moss supervised from the dresser. The bed was too big still, bought for a different life, but the sheets smelled of her own washing powder now, and the pillows knew the shape of her head. She thought about Mr. Pritchard walking home, umbrella high, careful of puddles. Wondered if he'd make toast when he got in, or if that was something he couldn't do alone anymore. The thought followed her toward sleep, the small rituals that required witness, the way butter melted differently when someone was watching, how marmalade caught light better on a shared plate. Outside, the rain continued its soft percussion. The fence leaned. The fairy lights trembled. In the drawer downstairs, Mrs. Holloway's recipes waited in their tin, patient as seeds. Tomorrow, Iris thought drowsily, she'd buy a better umbrella, something sturdy with a wooden handle, something that would last. The milk churn by the door had room for one more. She fell asleep to the sound of water running off the eaves, pooling in the garden, finding its way to wherever rain goes when its work is done. The cottage breathed around her, walls expanding with damp, contracting with warmth, keeping its own time. Moss curled into the hollow behind her knees, and she let the weight of him anchor her to this new ground, this careful beginning, this place where toast and tea and ordinary kindness might be enough to build a life on. In the morning, there would be kettle and ritual, the small satisfactions of routine. But for now, just rain and rest, the village sleeping around her, and somewhere out there, an old man hanging his umbrella to dry, perhaps thinking of January marmalade and the way forward. The Thursday rain had a different quality to it, thinner, more insistent, the sort that worked its way under collars and into the gaps between scarf and neck. Iris stood at the kitchen window, watching it silver the garden, while her second pot of tea went cold. The fence still leaned. 3 days since Mr. Pritchard's visit, and she hadn't made it to the King's Head yet. She'd walked past yesterday evening, stood across the street like someone casing a bank, watching the warm light spill onto wet pavement, listening to the rumble of voices through the old glass. A man had emerged, youngish, work boots, the sort of shoulders that came from digging, and she'd almost crossed over. Almost. But then he'd turned left toward the allotments, and she'd lost her nerve, walked home to toast and moss and the sound of her own chewing. Tonight, though, tonight she'd go. The kettle clicked off. She ignored it, pulling on her wool coat instead, the one with the missing button she kept meaning to replace. Her reflection in the hall mirror looked determined, or possibly constipated. Hard to tell. "Don't wait up," she told Moss, who opened one eye from his spot on the stairs, judged her unworthy of full consciousness, and went back to sleep. The King's Head sat at the bottom of the high street, where little Darlow gave up pretending to be more than it was. A proper village pub, small windows, dark wood, a sign that creaked in the wind showing a decapitated monarch with a cheerful expression. She pushed through the door before she could think better of it. Heat, voices, the smell of beer and damp wool and something frying. A fire crackled in the grate, and every table seemed full of elbows and pint glasses, and faces she didn't recognize. She made it 3 steps before the urge to flee kicked in. "You all right there, love?" The woman behind the bar had the kind of voice that could carry across fields. "Look a bit lost." "I'm looking for Tom Avery." It came out like a question, as if she wasn't quite sure of the name. "Tom, lady here for you." The barmaid's shout turned every head in the place. Iris felt her face go hot. From a corner table, A man unfolded himself, tall, paint on his jeans, sleeves rolled up despite the season. He navigated the crowd with the ease of someone who belonged, pint in hand. "Tom Avery," he said, and his voice was quieter than she'd expected. "You'd be the new neighbor at Elder Cottage? Mr. Pritchard mentioned you might need help with the fence." Iris. "Yes. It's leaning. Brilliant conversation. Really selling yourself here." "They do that. Mind if we..." He gestured toward a quieter corner, and she followed, aware of eyes tracking them. Not unkind exactly, just curious. Village curious. He pulled out a chair for her, unexpected that, and settled across the small table. Up close, she could see sawdust in his hair, a plaster on his thumb. "When would suit?" he asked. "To come look at it, I mean." "Whenever you're free." It's not urgent, though it sort of was. Every time she looked at it, the lean seemed worse, like the fence was slowly giving up. "Saturday morning? Say 10. I've got the Brennan's greenhouse until 9. But after that..." "That's fine. Good. Thank you." A pause. He took a sip of his pint, and she noticed his hands, working hands a bit beaten up but careful with the glass. "You want a drink?" he asked. "Since you're here." She almost said no, almost made excuses about moss and tea and early mornings. But the fire was warm, and the rain was getting worse outside, and going home to an empty kitchen seemed suddenly unbearable. "Half a cider, please." He was back quickly, setting the glass in front of her with the same care. The cider was local, sharper than she expected, better for it. "You're settling in then?" Not quite a question. "Getting there. The cottage has its ways. They all do, the old ones. Mine's got a door that only opens if you lift and push at the same time. Took me 6 months to work it out. The smallest window above my sink squeaks like it's dying. WD-40, though sometimes the squeaks are company." She smiled at that, the first real smile since she'd walked in. He had a point. The cottage's noises were becoming familiar, friendly even. "You know Mr. Pritchard well?" she asked. "He keeps an allotment next to mine. Grows the straightest carrots you've ever seen. Military precision, those vegetables. He came for tea. Made toast. That's good. He doesn't, since his wife, keeps to himself mostly." The fire popped, sending sparks up the chimney. Someone laughed at another table, the sound bouncing off old beams. "I should go," Iris said, though she'd barely touched her cider. "Let you get back to your evening." "Saturday then. 10. I'll have tea on." Outside, the rain had turned vindictive. She pulled her coat tight, wished she'd brought an umbrella. The walk home was quick and damp, streetlights making halos in the wet air. At Elder Cottage, she fumbled for keys with cold fingers, grateful for the porch's shelter. Inside, Moss sat in the hall, tail twitching with disapproval. "I know," she told him. "I smell like pub." She hung her coat to dry, noticed the empty space where the button should be. Tomorrow she'd fix it. Tomorrow she'd do lots of things. But tonight, just tea and toast and the familiar rhythm of her own kitchen. The bread was nearly gone. She'd need to stop at the bakery in the morning. But there was enough for tonight, and the butter was soft, and the marmalade caught the lamplight just right when she opened the jar. While the bread grilled, she thought about Tom Avery's hands, careful with the pint glass, about Mr. Pritchard's straight carrots, about the woman behind the bar who'd called her love, like it meant something. Small connections forming, delicate as spider silk. The toast came off perfect, dark enough to hold its shape, not so dark it tasted of char. She ate standing at the counter, looking out at the leaning fence. Saturday, it would be fixed, or at least looked at. Either way, someone would come, and there would be tea, and the cottage would have another voice in it for a while. Saturday arrived gray and mild, the sort of morning that couldn't decide what it wanted to be. Iris had been up since 7, tidying things that didn't need tidying, checking the tea supply twice, moving the biscuit tin from counter to table and back again. At 5 to 10, she saw him coming up the path, on time, carrying a toolbox that had seen better decades, wearing the same paint-stained jeans. She opened the door before he could knock. Morning, dry at least. Small mercies. He set the toolbox on the porch, gentle with it despite its obvious weight. Shall we have a look then? They walked around to the back garden, their feet leaving dark prints in the wet grass. The fence leaned more dramatically from this angle, like it was trying to lie down for a rest. Been going a while, this has. He ran a hand along the top rail, testing. Posts rotted through at the base. Probably been at it for years, just chose now to give up. Can it be fixed? Anything can be fixed. Question is whether it's worth it or better to start fresh. He crouched, examining where post met earth. I'd say 2 new posts, maybe 3. Could probably save the panels if we're careful. Moss appeared from nowhere, approaching Tom with the caution of a bomb disposal expert. Sniffed his boots, sat down approximately 2 feet away, maintaining plausible deniability. That's practically a welcome from him, Iris said. I'm honored. Tom stood, brushing his hands on his jeans. I can do it next weekend if you like. Take most of Saturday, probably into Sunday if the weather turns. Yes. Thank you. What do I owe you? Let's see how it goes. Materials cost what they cost. Labor we can sort out after. Sometimes these old fences fight back. They walked back to the house, Tom collecting his toolbox. In the kitchen, the kettle was already hot. She'd put it on the moment she'd seen him coming. Tea? If you're making it. She was glad for something to do with her hands. The careful measure of leaves, the pour of water, the wait while everything steeped. He sat at the table, looking comfortable in a stranger's kitchen, which was a skill not everyone had. Lived here long? He asked. 3 weeks, almost 4. From London? Reading? You? Born here. Went away for a bit. University, tried the city thing. Came back. A shrug that said more than words might. Village gets in you. She poured the tea, noting he took it black, no sugar. Set the biscuit tin between them, digestives, nothing fancy. Mr. Pritchard says you've got the allotment. 2 years now. Finally got the potatoes right this year. Only took complete failure last year to learn. I've never grown anything. Always meant to. Not too late to start. Plot came free last month, if you're interested. Mrs. Henley gave hers up, says her knees won't take it anymore. The idea of an allotment, mud and planning, and things actually growing, seemed impossible and appealing in equal measure. I wouldn't know where to begin. Nobody does. You just put things in the ground and hope. Sometimes they listen. He stayed another 10 minutes, talked about wood treatment and weather prediction, the best place to buy posts, normal things that made the cottage feel more settled somehow, like it was having a conversation with another house through him. After he left, she found herself in the back garden, looking at the fence with new eyes, not just a thing that leaned, but a thing that could be fixed, would be fixed. Next Saturday, someone would come with posts and tools and knowledge, and the cottage would be a little more upright in the world. The afternoon stretched quiet. She did laundry, hanging sheets on the line despite the uncertain sky, read 3 chapters of a book without taking in a word, made more tea, always more tea, as if she was trying to fill something that wouldn't stay full. Around 4, a knock. Not Tom's knock. He'd been firm and brief. This was softer, almost apologetic. Lorna Whitby stood on the doorstep, wrapped in what looked like 3 scarves, holding a jar. Hope I'm not interrupting. Saw your sheets on the line, knew you were in. Not at all. Come in, please. Lorna unwound herself in the hall, revealing progressively smaller scarves like a textile Russian doll. Brought you this. Plum jam. Made too much, as usual. The jar was still warm, the label handwritten. September plums in careful cursive. That's so kind. Thank you. Tom says he's doing your fence. News traveled then. No surprise there. Next weekend. Good. He did the Brennan's greenhouse. Proper job. Cup of tea. It wasn't really a question. Lorna was already moving toward the kitchen, comfortable with the assumption of welcome. Iris found she didn't mind. They sat at the table, the plum jam between them like a small purple promise. You're from the post office? Iris ventured. 23 years next month. Know everyone's business whether I want to or not. That must be exhausting, but useful. You need anything, I probably know who to ask. The tea was getting low. Iris made more. The 3rd pot of the day. At this rate, she'd need to buy shares in Yorkshire Gold. I keep making toast, she said, not sure why she was confessing this. Every evening, sometimes lunch too. Nothing wrong with toast. Mr. Pritchard came for some earlier this week. Did he now? Lorna's eyebrows rose. That's something. He's been keeping to himself since Mary passed. 2 years this Christmas. He mentioned her marmalade. Lord, yes. Famous for it. Used to give jars out at the church fair. People would queue. They sat quietly for a moment, honoring the memory of marmalade past. I should go, Lorna said eventually. Mum's coming for tea. Gets confused if I'm late. At the door, she paused. The WI meets Tuesdays, if you're interested. Mostly coffee and complaints, but the coffee's decent. I'll think about it. Do. Nice to have someone under 70 for a change. After Lorna left, the cottage felt different. Fuller, somehow, as if the visits had left something behind. Iris opened the plum jam, spread it on a piece of bread without toasting it. The sweetness was complicated. Not just sugar, but summer and time and someone thinking to share. Evening came early, as it did now. She made proper toast for dinner. 2 slices, buttered thick, one with the plum jam, one with marmalade. Ate them standing at the window, watching the light fade from the garden. The fairy lights came on automatically at 6, tiny victories against the dark. Moss appeared, wound around her ankles once, then settled by the radiator. The cottage creaked and settled around them. Somewhere Tom was probably in his own kitchen, the one with the difficult door. Mr. Pritchard was perhaps making a lonely dinner, thinking about straight carrots. Lorna was with her mother, being patient about repeated questions. Small lives in small houses in a small village. But the fence would be fixed next week, and there was plum jam in the cupboard, and she knew where to find Tom Avery on a Thursday night. Not nothing, these tiny anchors. She washed the plates, dried them carefully, put the butter back in the cold cupboard, though she'd only need it again tomorrow. These rituals mattered, the putting away, the setting right. They said, I live here. This is my place. These are my things to tend. Sunday was properly wet, the kind of rain that meant business, that settled in for the duration. Iris woke to it drumming the roof, found Moss already positioned at the bedroom window, watching it with deep suspicion. Not going out in that, are you? She asked him. He gave her a look that suggested the very idea was beneath consideration. Downstairs, the kitchen was cold. The heating hadn't come on, timer problems she hadn't sorted yet. She lit the gas ring for warmth as much as tea, standing close while the kettle heated. Through the window, the garden looked drowned. The fairy lights swung wildly, and the fence was now leaning at what could only be described as a jaunty angle. She should probably tell Tom, but that would mean going out, finding his house, having a conversation before coffee. Instead, she made toast, 3 slices, because Sunday, and ate them with the last of Mrs. Dalton's marmalade. Need to get more at the next market. The morning puttered by in a haze of small tasks. She found the timer for the heating, poked at it until it admitted defeat and rumbled to life, changed Moss's water bowl, considered and rejected the idea of tackling the box of books still packed in the spare room. Around 11, someone ran past the front window, hood up, clearly regretting their life choices. 10 minutes later, they ran back the other way, even faster. The rain continued its assault on anything foolish enough to be outside. She was considering lunch. More toast seemed likely, when the lights flickered. Once, twice, then out entirely. The cottage dropped into gray gloom. Not dark exactly, but that particular dimness of daytime without power. The heating clicked off. The fridge stopped its hum. Brilliant, she told Moss, who'd materialized to express his displeasure with this development. She found her phone, checked the village Facebook group, already filling with posts. Anyone else lost power? Everything's out on Church Lane. The co-op's gone dark. A tree on the lines, someone suggested. Happens in this weather. Nothing to do but wait. She found candles in the drawer where candles always live in old houses, matches beside them. The kitchen looked almost romantic in candlelight, if you ignored the fact that lunch was now off the menu. A knock at the door made her jump. Tom stood there, soaked despite waterproofs, carrying what looked like a camping stove. Thought you might need this. Power's out all over. Could be hours. Thank you. Come in. You're drowning. He dripped in the hall while she fetched a towel. The fence has gone properly over, he said. Saw it from the road. We'll need to prop it today, or it'll take the fairy lights with it. In this? Or it'll be matchsticks by tomorrow. 20 minutes later, she found herself in the garden, rain finding every gap in her coat, holding fence panels while Tom hammered support stakes into the mud. The ground squelched. Her feet were soaked in seconds. The rain had gone beyond wet into something biblical. But Tom worked steadily, sure of what he was doing, and gradually the fence returned to something approaching vertical. Not fixed, that would take proper work, but no longer surrendering to gravity. "Right," he said finally. "That'll hold it." They stood there, ridiculous in the rain, looking at their handiwork. Iris started laughing. She couldn't help it. The absurdity of emergency fence repair in a deluge. Tom grinned. "Bit wet, isn't it?" Inside, they left puddles in the hall. She lit the camping stove, managed tea, found a packet of biscuits that had survived the morning's toast frenzy. They sat at the kitchen table, steaming gently, while the rain continued its performance outside. "Thanks," she said, "for the fence, the stove, all of it. Village looks after its own." It was said simply, without weight, but it lodged somewhere under her ribs. Its own, as if she belonged already, just by being here, by holding fence panels in the rain. Mr. Pritchard arrived an hour later, walking stick in one hand, umbrella in the other, a tin of something under his arm. "Soup," he announced. "Made too much yesterday. It's cold, but it's food." Then Lorna, with her mother in tow, both carrying thermoses. "Coffee," she said. "Made it on the gas ring before it occurred to me you might not have gas." The kitchen filled with people, voices, the fog of damp wool drying. Someone, Lorna's mother, started telling a story about the power cut of 87, or was it 78? Dates got confused, corrected, disputed. Tom fixed something on the camping stove that might have been soup, but could have been anything in the candlelight. Iris made toast on the gas ring, batch after batch, butter and jam and whatever anyone wanted. It became a production line, someone slicing, someone buttering, someone passing plates. The camping stove roared away, heating water for more tea, more coffee. "Like the war," Lorna's mother said, though she was far too young to remember it. "Better food, probably," Mr. Pritchard said, which made everyone laugh. The power came back at 4, sudden and startling. The fridge hummed back to life. The lights blazed, the heating clicked, and began its familiar tick. Everyone blinked in the brightness. "Well," Lorna said, "I suppose we should go." But nobody moved immediately. The warmth, the company, the democratic mess of cups and plates, it held them a moment longer. Finally, they dispersed. Tom to return the camping stove to its cupboard, promising to come next Saturday, regardless of weather. Mr. Pritchard to his careful walk home. Lorna and her mother to their own Sunday evening. Alone, Iris surveyed the kitchen. Cups everywhere, crumbs, the butter dish nearly empty, the good tin of tea seriously depleted. It looked like a kitchen where things happened, where people gathered. She didn't tidy immediately. Instead, she made one more piece of toast, the heel, which she'd been saving, and ate it standing at the window. The fence stood straightish, the fairy lights still working despite their ordeal. The rain had finally exhausted itself to a drizzle. Moss emerged from wherever he'd been hiding during the invasion, assessed the situation, and claimed Tom's vacant chair. "Don't get used to it," she told him, but they both knew she was lying. The chair, the company, the assumption that crisis meant congregation in her kitchen. She was getting used to all of it. She washed the cups slowly, each one a small proof of the afternoon. Tom's with the chip on the handle, Mr. Pritchard's proper china one she'd found at the back of the cupboard, Lorna's mother's travel mug with "World's Best Nan" in faded letters. By evening, the village had settled back to normal. Through the window, she could see lights in other houses, the ordinary Sunday business of early dinners and television and preparing for Monday. But something had shifted. The cottage felt more itself, not just a place she was living, but a place that could hold people, shelter them, feed them toast and tea and whatever warmth the gas ring could manage. She turned off the lights except for the small lamp by the table, made one last cup of tea, sat in the chair that was becoming hers, in the house that was becoming hers, in the village that had, when exactly, started to claim her as its own. Tomorrow she'd buy more butter, more tea, more bread, keep the supplies steady. You never knew when the power might go, when the rain might drive people to your door, when toast might be needed. The fence would be properly fixed on Saturday. The timer was sorted. The camping stove had been tested and returned. Small victories over entropy. But the real victory sat in the empty chairs around her table, the ghost of afternoon company, the knowledge that when the lights went out, people thought to come here. Not just to her, but here, to this kitchen, this warmth, this place where toast was always possible, and nobody needed to explain why they'd stayed a little longer than necessary. Outside, the last of the rain whispered against the windows. Inside, moss purring, tea cooling, the cottage held its breath around her. Walls that had heard laughter today, floors that had supported more than just her weight. Home, she thought, and didn't correct herself. Later, much later, she climbed the stairs to bed, checked the village Facebook group one more time. Someone had posted a photo, blurry, candlelit, of her kitchen that afternoon. Elder Cottage Emergency Toast Station, the caption read. Thanks, Iris. She saved it to her phone, turned off the light, listened to the cottage settling, the fence holding, the night breathing quiet around the village. Tomorrow there would be morning, and tea, and toast. There would be trips to the shops, perhaps a wave at Tom if she saw him, certainly a nod to Mr. Pritchard on his daily walk. Normal things, ordinary things, but threaded through them now, fine as spider silk, strong as fence posts. Connection, the kind that only comes from holding panels in rain, from sharing the last of the butter, from becoming, without meaning to, without trying, the place people think of when the lights go out. She fell asleep to the sound of dripping gutters, already calculating how much bread to buy tomorrow, already knowing it would never be enough, already glad of it. The fence posts arrived Wednesday morning, earlier than expected. Iris watched through the kitchen window as Tom unloaded them from his van, each thud against the drive, making her wince. They looked impossibly heavy, like something that belonged to proper builders, not her small back garden. Right then, he said when she opened the door. Got everything we need. Should have you straightened out by Sunday. She made tea while he organized his tools in the garden. Through the window, she watched him lay everything out, with the care of a surgeon preparing instruments, saw, hammer, spirit level, a tin of something that might have been wood treatment. Moss observed from his spot on the windowsill, tail twitching with deep suspicion. He doesn't trust the toolbox, Iris said when Tom came in for his tea. Smart cat. Toolboxes mean change. They stood at the counter, looking out at the propped fence, The emergency stakes from Sunday's storm had held, but only just. One more good wind, and the whole thing would go. "I should let you get on," she said. "Actually, could use a hand when I dig the old posts out. Someone to hold things steady." "I don't know anything about fences." "Don't need to. Just need to know about holding things." So she found herself back in the garden, wearing her oldest jeans and the jumper with paint stains from a decorating attempt years ago. Tom worked the spade around the first post, loosening earth that had held it for who knew how long. The wood came up black and soft at the base, collapsing as he pulled. See? Completely gone. Probably been rotting since before Mrs. Holloway left. She held the fence panel while he dug. The work had a rhythm to it. Dig, wiggle, pull, check. Her shoulders started to ache after 20 minutes, but she didn't say anything. There was something satisfying about the physical effort, the simple goal of keeping things upright. "You said you were born here," she said, needing conversation to distract from her burning muscles. "Number 12, Millfield Road. My mom still has my height marks on the kitchen door frame." "But you left?" "University, Birmingham, then London for a bit, working for a landscape firm. Big projects, lots of money, lots of meetings about meetings." He gave the post another wiggle. "Came back for Mum's 70th, never quite left again." "Do you miss it?" "The city?" "Sometimes. Usually about February, when nothing's growing and everyone here knows your business before you do." He pulled the post free with a sucking sound. "But then spring comes round, and Mrs. Jensen brings me seedlings she's grown too many of. And Ted Brennan drops off a box of apples from his tree, and I remember why I stayed." The second post came out easier. Practice making them quicker. Iris's arms trembled now, but Tom didn't mention it, just worked steadily on. By noon, all 3 old posts lay on the grass like casualties. "Lunch?" she offered, though her cupboards held nothing more ambitious than cheese and crackers. "I brought sandwiches. Enough for 2 if you don't mind ham." They ate, sitting on the back step, looking at the fence panels propped against the house. The sandwiches were good. Proper ham, grainy mustard, thick white bread from the bakery. Tom ate neatly, catching crumbs in his palm. "Your house," she said. "The one with the difficult door. Where is it?" "Just off back lane. Blue door that needs repainting. You'll know it by the state of the front garden. Bit of a cobbler's children situation." "Your own garden's a mess?" "Disaster. Keep meaning to sort it. Never quite get there." After lunch, the real work began. New posts meant new holes, deeper than the old ones. Tom measured twice, marked the spots with spray paint, then started digging. Proper digging. The kind that made her own morning efforts look like playing in sand. She made more tea, brought out biscuits, held things when asked. Mostly, though, she watched him work. There was an economy to his movements, no wasted effort. When he stopped to drink his tea, she noticed the calluses on his hands, the way he rolled his shoulder like it hurt. "I can find someone else if you need to stop," she said. "God, no. Just old injuries complaining. Fell off a roof a few years back. Shoulders never quite forgiven me." By 4, the first post was in. He'd mixed concrete in a wheelbarrow that had seen better decades, poured it carefully around the base, used the spirit level obsessively until it stood true. "Has to set overnight," he said, already starting the second hole. "But that one's not going anywhere." Mr. Pritchard appeared at the gate around 5, walking stick in one hand, a carrier bag in the other. "Thought you might need supplies," he called. The bag contained a thermos of soup and most of a fruitcake. "Margaret next door made too much," he said, which Iris suspected was a lie. But the soup was warm and good, leek and potato, nothing fancy. And the cake had enough butter in it to count as a food group. "How's the fence looking?" Mr. Pritchard asked Tom. "Getting there. Should be done Sunday if the weather holds." "I remember when Harold put this fence in. Must have been, 15 years ago, maybe 20. He and Mrs. Halloway had words about the height." "Who won?" Iris asked. "Mrs. Halloway. Always did." They sat in the kitchen as dark came on, eating soup and cake, while Tom explained about concrete curing times and why you couldn't rush it. Mr. Pritchard told a story about a fence dispute that had lasted 3 years and required solicitors. The cottage felt full of voices, warmth, the particular comfort of people who didn't need entertaining. "I should go," Mr. Pritchard said eventually. "These old bones don't like the cold." Tom walked him to the gate. She saw them through the window, Tom's hand hovering near Mr. Pritchard's elbow, not quite touching, but ready. The small kindness of it caught her off guard. When Tom came back, he started gathering his tools. "I'll be back Saturday morning. Early if that's all right. Want to get the posts in before lunch." "I'll have breakfast," she said without thinking, then wondered if that was too much, too presuming. But he smiled. That'd be good. Nothing fancy, though. After he left, she stood in the garden with a torch, examining the day's work, one post standing straight and certain, 2 holes waiting, the fence panels leaning patiently. Tomorrow it would all still be here, waiting for Saturday, waiting to be fixed. Inside, Moss had claimed Tom's chair at the kitchen table. She made toast, 2 slices with the last scraping of butter, and ate standing at the counter. Her shoulders ached, her hands had blisters forming, and concrete dust had somehow got everywhere. But the tired felt good, earned. She ran a bath, added the fancy bath salts someone had given her years ago, and she'd been saving for unclear reasons. Soaked until the water went tepid and her fingers pruned. Through the bathroom window, she could see lights in other houses. Families settling into evening, televisions flickering, the ordinary Wednesday business of a village heading toward sleep. Thursday came gray and spitting. Not proper rain, just enough moisture to make everything unpleasant. Iris spent the morning in town, stocking up bread, butter, eggs, bacon for Saturday's breakfast. The kind of shopping that suggested meals for more than one. At the baker's, the woman behind the counter said, "Heard Tom's doing your fence." Of course she had. "Coming along well," Iris said, trying for casual. "He's good, Tom. Reliable, not like some." The woman leaned closer, conspiratorial. "Did the Hendersons' patio last summer. Lovely job. They had him round for dinner after, you know." The implications hung in the air like flour dust. Iris took her change, her bread, her exit. At the greengrocer's, more of the same. "Tom's van was at yours yesterday, then?" Not a question. "The fence," Iris said firmly. "Course. Good lad, Tom. Shame about him and Sophie." She didn't ask. Wouldn't give them the satisfaction. But the not knowing followed her home, niggled while she unpacked shopping, made lunch, attempted to read. Around 3, Lorna appeared at the door with a tin. "Biscuits," she announced. Made too many. Hate it when that happens. They were still warm. Iris made tea automatically, and they sat at the kitchen table while the strange, not quite rain misted the windows. Heard about the fence? Lorna said. Christ. Does everyone know everything here? Pretty much. Mrs. Patterson saw Tom's van, told Mrs. Bishop at the post office, and, well... She shrugged. Village. The baker mentioned someone called Sophie. Lorna's face did something complicated. That. She was Tom's girlfriend, a few years back, worked at the dental surgery. Nice enough girl, bit. She paused, choosing words. Ambitious. Wanted bigger things than little Darlow could offer. She left. Moved to Manchester. Marketing job or something. Tom took it hard. Part of why he came back from London, I think. To be with her. Then she goes and does the same thing he'd done. They sat with that for a moment. The small tragedy of mismatched timing. He seems... Iris started, then wasn't sure how to finish. He's all right now. Been a couple years, but he keeps to himself more than he used to. Hence the village interest when he spends a whole day at someone's house. He's fixing my fence. I know. So does everyone. Doesn't stop them hoping for drama. After Lorna left, Iris stood at the back window, looking at the post Tom had set yesterday. It stood straight in its concrete collar, ready for whatever came next. She thought about London, about Birmingham, about Manchester. All the places people went to become bigger versions of themselves, and all the places people left to become smaller, quieter, maybe truer versions instead. That evening, she skipped toast, made proper scrambled eggs instead, taking her time, stirring constantly over low heat the way her mother had taught her, added cream at the last minute, ate them with 2 of Lorna's biscuits for pudding, because adult life meant you could do that if you wanted. Friday dragged. The not quite rain continued, keeping her inside. She cleaned things that didn't need cleaning. Finally tackled the box of books in the spare room, finding homes for novels she'd forgotten she owned. At the bottom, wrapped in tissue paper, a photo album she immediately rewrapped and shoved on the highest shelf. Not today. Mr. Pritchard knocked around 4. Walking past, he said. Thought I'd check the post. They stood in the drizzle, examining Tom's work like art critics at a gallery. Good job, Mr. Pritchard declared. Proper deep, that'll last. He seems to know what he's doing. His dad was a builder. Before he passed. Tom learned young. Another piece of history, casually offered. She was collecting them now. Sophie who left, the father who built things, the height marks on a kitchen door frame. I'm making toast, she said, if you'd like some. He hesitated, and she wondered if she'd pushed too hard, made it seem like charity. Or you could help me finish Lorna's biscuits. She made too many. That worked. They sat in the kitchen while the light failed, working through the tin of biscuits, talking about nothing much. The new traffic lights on the high street, the church roof fund, whether Mrs. Patterson's cat was actually a cat, or possibly a small bear. Mary liked that cat, Mr. Pritchard said suddenly. Used to save chicken scraps for it. Thing followed her home once, sat outside our door for 3 hours waiting for more. It was the most he'd said about his wife, without prompting. She sounds lovely, Iris said carefully. She was. Simple, factual. Funnier than people knew. had a wicked sense of humor. Used to leave notes in my lunch when I was working. Silly things. Drawings sometimes. Terrible drawings. She couldn't draw a straight line with a ruler. He smiled at something remembered. Private. I kept them all. The notes. In a shoebox. Don't know why. Because they're hers. He looked at her then, really looked, and nodded. When he left, she gave him the rest of the biscuits in the tin. For the weekend, she said. Save me from myself. Saturday arrived sharp and bright, the kind of autumn morning that made everything look clean. Iris was up at 6, anxiety about breakfast driving her from bed. Bacon, but not too much. Eggs, scrambled or fried. Toast, definitely. Mushrooms. Did she even have mushrooms? She did. Also, tomatoes getting a bit soft. Perfect for grilling. Tom arrived at 7:30, toolbox in hand, wearing a jumper with a hole in the elbow. You're early, she said. Wanted to get the posts in while it's dry. Rain's coming later. Breakfast first. She'd set the table properly, placemats and everything, though why placemats mattered she couldn't say. Tom sat without ceremony, comfortable in her kitchen now. She served up eggs, scrambled, safer, bacon, crispy, mushrooms and tomatoes, slightly charred, but in a good way. Toast, perfect. He ate steadily, appreciatively. This is good, really good. It's just breakfast. No, it's Saturday breakfast. Different thing entirely. They ate mostly in silence, but it was comfortable. Outside, birds were having opinions about territory. A dog barked somewhere. The village waking up. Right, Tom said when his plate was clean. Let's build you a fence. The second post went in easier. They'd learned the rhythm now. She mixed concrete while he held things level. The roles reversed from Wednesday. Her blisters had turned to calluses, or at least the beginning of them. Other way, he said, when she stirred anti-clockwise. Always clockwise with concrete. Why? No idea. Just what my dad taught me. The third post was the hardest, needing to align with the other two and the existing fence that bordered the Mitchell's garden. Tom measured obsessively, adjusted fractionally, measured again. Has to be right, he muttered, or it'll bug me forever. Finally satisfied, he poured the concrete while she held the post, leaning all her weight against it to keep it true. Her arms shook with the effort. Nearly there, he said. Just another minute. When he finally said she could let go, her arms felt like they might float away. Now we wait, he said. Tomorrow we can hang the panels, but the concrete needs tonight. They stood back, admiring 3 posts standing at attention. The fairy lights drooped between them, patient. Lunch? She offered, though it was barely noon. I should go. Got the Brennan's greenhouse to finish. He paused. But tomorrow, after we hang the panels, if you're offering, I'm offering. He gathered his tools, loaded the wheelbarrow into his van with ease. At the gate, he turned back. It's looking good. The fence, the garden, all of it. After he left, she walked the garden perimeter, examining their work. The posts stood firm, ready. Tomorrow there'd be a proper fence again. The fairy lights would have something solid to hang from. One more thing fixed, settled, made right. The rain Tom had predicted arrived mid-afternoon, but gentle, nothing like last week's dramatics. She made toast and ate it, watching water bead on the kitchen window. Moss appeared, investigated his food bowl, judged it adequate. Around 4, her phone buzzed. The village WhatsApp group. A photo of her garden from above, must be from the Hendersons' bedroom window, showing the 3 posts standing guard. Fence watch, day 4, someone had written. Progress noted. She laughed despite herself. Of course there was a fence watch. Another message popped up. From Lorna. Ignore them. Bored. Mrs. P's hip replacement is old news now. Then, from an unknown number. Tom here. Lorna gave me your number. Hope that's okay. Posts look solid from here. She looked out the window. Could see his blue door in the distance if she squinted. Typed back. Can you see them from your house? Kitchen window. If I stand on a chair. Why are you standing on chairs? Changing a light bulb. Definitely not fence watching. She smiled at her phone like a teenager. Caught herself. Put the phone down. Picked it up again. Before she could overthink it. Tomorrow lunch is soup. That okay? Perfect. See you early. Evening came soft and gray. She made proper dinner for once. Pasta with the last of the tomatoes. Some basil from a pot on the windowsill that was miraculously still alive. Ate at the table instead of standing at the counter. Even used a proper plate instead of eating from the pan. Progress, she thought. Small steps towards something that looked like normal life. Mr. Pritchard passed by around 7. Didn't knock, but raised his stick in greeting when he saw her at the window. She waved back. These small acknowledgments, she was learning, were how the village worked. Not every connection needed words. By 8, she was in pajamas, curled in the chair by the lamp with a book she was actually reading this time. Moss claimed her lap, a rare honor that meant she couldn't move for the next hour at least. Through the window, the 3 posts stood in their concrete boots, rain-slicked and patient. Tomorrow, they'd hold panels. Next week, the fairy lights would go back up. Small fixes adding up to something bigger. A cottage that worked, a garden that stood straight, a place that looked cared for. Her phone buzzed. Tom again. Meant to say, "You did good today. Mixing concrete's harder than it looks." She typed, deleted, typed again. Settled on. Good teacher. 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Then, same time tomorrow? Same time. She put the phone aside, returned to her book. But the words swam now, her mind on tomorrow, on fence panels and soup, and another day of fixing things with someone who knew how to fix them. The rain whispered against windows. The cottage creaked its nighttime settling. And in the garden, 3 posts stood guard, ready for whatever came next. The fence panels went up Sunday morning under a sky that couldn't decide between gray and blue. Tom arrived at 8 with coffee from somewhere that wasn't her kitchen. Proper coffee in paper cups, with lids and everything. Thought we could use the caffeine, he said, handing her one. Long morning ahead. The coffee was strong, slightly bitter, nothing like the instant she usually made. She drank it, standing in the garden, while Tom laid out the panels against the house, checking each one for damage. Most had survived their week of leaning. One had a split, running through it like a fault line. Can work around that, he said. Put it at the end where the ivy'll cover it. They started with the easiest panel, the middle one with clear access from both sides. Tom showed her how to hold it while he screwed brackets into the posts, the drill screaming in the morning quiet. Mrs. Henderson appeared at her bedroom window, watching. Iris waved. Mrs. Henderson retreated. "She'll be on the WhatsApp group within minutes," Tom said. "There's probably a live commentary." Panel 1. The mounting. "Don't joke. Last year, when the Mitchells had their extension, someone started a blog." The second panel was harder. They had to maneuver around the fairy lights, still drooping between posts like party decorations the morning after. Tom worked with the cables draped over his shoulder, looking festive and annoyed in equal measure. "Could just take them down," Iris suggested. "No point. They'll go back up as soon as we're done. Might as well." He stopped, screwdriver slipping. Bugger. The screw had gone in crooked. He backed it out, tried again. This time it bit properly, pulling the panel tight against the post. Small victories. Mr. Pritchard arrived as they started the third panel, walking stick in one hand, a carrier bag in the other. He stood at the gate, watching them work, offering commentary. "Bit higher on the left," he said. "No, your other left." Tom adjusted without complaint. Got the panel level. Started screwing it in place. "I've brought biscuits," Mr. Pritchard announced. "Homemade. Well, Margaret made them, but I carried them here, which counts for something." They took a break, sitting on the back step eating ginger biscuits that were definitely not homemade. Iris recognized the Tesco's own brand texture, but nobody mentioned it. The sun made a brief appearance, warming the garden for approximately 3 minutes before giving up. "Looks good," Mr. Pritchard said, surveying their work. "Proper job." "2 more panels and we're done," Tom said. "What about the gate?" Mr. Pritchard pointed to the gap where a gate should probably go. Had never been, but might theoretically exist someday. "That's phase 2, Tom said. "If Iris wants one." They both looked at her. She hadn't thought about a gate. The gap had always been there, part of the garden's personality. "Maybe in spring," she said, which seemed to satisfy everyone. Mr. Pritchard left after the biscuits, claiming a lunch appointment that Iris suspected was fictional. The 4th panel went up with minimal fuss. The 5th, the split one, required creative bracket placement and some aggressive tightening to hold it together. "That'll do," Tom said finally, stepping back. "Unless you're planning to ram it with a car." They strung the fairy lights back up, Tom on a stepladder while Iris fed him cable. The lights looked better with something solid behind them. Less desperate, more decorative. "Switch?" Tom asked. She went inside, flipped the switch. Through the window, she saw them flicker on, tiny points of warmth against new wood. Tom gave a thumbs up from the ladder. Lunch was soup as promised. Carrot and coriander, from a recipe she half remembered. It turned out thicker than intended, more like baby food than soup. But Tom ate 2 bowls without comment. They sat at the kitchen table, both filthy with fence building, too tired for much conversation. "I should invoice you," he said eventually. "You should." "I will. Eventually. When I remember how invoices work." She made tea. Proper tea, in the pot, because Sunday demanded it. They drank it, looking out at the fence. Straight, solid, already looking like it had always been there. "Thank you," she said, "for all of it. The fence, the emergency repairs, breakfast yesterday. You made breakfast. You ate it, bravely." He smiled into his mug. It was good breakfast, Saturday breakfast. His phone buzzed. He checked it, grimaced. Mrs. Brennan, the greenhouse apparently needs urgent adjustment, which means she doesn't like where I put the shelving. He stood, gathering himself for more work. The fun never stops. At the door, he paused. The fence should settle over the next few days. Might creak a bit, that's normal, but if anything seems off, just... He gestured vaguely at his house. You know where I am. Standing on chairs, watching my fence, exclusively for bulb-changing purposes. After he left, she walked the garden perimeter again, ran her hand along the new wood, smooth and faintly green from the treatment Tom had brushed on. The fairy lights swayed in a breeze that smelled like coming rain, everything standing straight for once. She went inside, made toast for dinner because cooking actual food seemed excessive after soup, ate it in the chair by the lamp, moss purring on her feet. Through the window, the fence glowed faintly in the fairy lights, solid, fixed, hers. Monday brought rain and an unexpected visitor. Iris was elbow-deep in washing up when the doorbell rang. Properly rang, not the tentative tap most people managed. She dried her hands, expecting a delivery. Instead, a woman she didn't recognize stood under a golf umbrella large enough to shelter a small family. 50-ish, wool coat, the kind of lipstick that survived anything. Mrs. Halloway, the woman announced. Previous owner. I'm back for a few days, staying with my daughter. Thought I'd see how the old place was holding up. Iris stood there stupidly for a moment, soap suds still on her wrists. Oh, come in, please. Mrs. Halloway swept in, umbrella dripping in the hall, eyes already cataloging changes. You've painted, she said. The hall was green before. Just white, nothing fancy. Better. I always meant to change it. She moved toward the kitchen without invitation, comfortable with the geography of her former home. Oh, you fixed the fence. Finally. This weekend, actually. Harold would be horrified. Took him months to not fix it properly the first time. She ran her hand along the counter, a gesture of remembered ownership. Is the timer still playing up? For the heating? Sorted now. Miracle. And the smallest window still squeaks. Some things never change. Mrs. Halloway settled at the kitchen table like she'd never left. I don't suppose you found my recipe tin? Blue thing, pictures of chickens on it. I meant to take it, but moving day was chaos. Iris's stomach did something complicated. I might have seen it. Let me check. She retrieved the tin from its cupboard, handed it over. Mrs. Halloway opened it immediately, shuffling through cards with visible relief. My mother's Christmas pudding recipes in here. Been looking everywhere. And look. She pulled out a card covered in measurements and annotations. Marmalade. Took me 15 years to get it right. 2 parts orange to 1 part lemon. Sugar off the heat. Though Arthur Pritchard's wife always said different. You knew Mrs. Pritchard? Mary? Lovely woman. Competitive about preserves, though. We had a running battle about marmalade supremacy. She smiled at the memory. How is Arthur? He comes for toast sometimes. Does he now? Mrs. Halloway looked pleased. Good. He needs that. After Mary, well, hard for the ones left behind. They sat quietly for a moment. Rain tapped at windows. The kitchen held them both, past and present occupants, without taking sides. I should give this back, Iris said, gesturing at the tin. Keep it. Recipes want to be used. Besides, my daughter has a spreadsheet for everything. Can't bear handwritten recipes. Says they're too vague. She stood, smoothing her coat. The cottage looks well. Happy. That's what matters. At the door, Mrs. Halloway turned back. The third step from the top creaks. Always has. And there's a draft under the back door that no amount of excluder will fix, but you probably know that already. Learning as I go. Best way. She raised her umbrella against the rain. If Arthur comes for toast, make him the marmalade. My recipe, not Mary's. See if you can't settle that debate posthumously. After she left, Iris stood in the kitchen holding the recipe tin. The cards inside suddenly felt heavier. Not just recipes, but history, arguments about citrus ratios, 15 years of perfecting something as simple as preserves. She pulled out the marmalade card. The handwriting was precise, measurements exact, but at the bottom in different ink. Arthur P. says Mary adds ginger. Trying next year. Next year never came, apparently. Mrs. Halloway moved to Exeter. Mary Pritchard passed. The fence leaned and was fixed. Time moved things along. She made tea, sat at the table with the recipe cards spread before her like taro. Lemon drizzle cake, beef stew for 20, church suppers, a note explained. Something called emergency biscuits that required no eggs, wartime holdover probably, passed down and down again. Her phone buzzed. Tom, fence surviving the rain. She looked out. It stood straight, water beating on the treated wood. Heroically. Good. Mine's leaking. Turns out I should have fixed my own roof before winter. Can you fix a roof? In theory. In practice, I'll probably call someone who actually knows what they're doing. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Stupid question, but do you want to get a drink? Thursday, maybe? If you're not busy. She stared at the message, read it 3 times. A drink. Thursday. The casualness of it at odds with her suddenly accelerated heartbeat. That would be nice, she typed, then deleted it. Too keen, not keen enough. She settled on, Thursday works. King's Head at 7, or somewhere else if you're sick of it. King's Head is fine. Great. I'll try not to arrive covered in greenhouse. She put the phone down, picked it up, put it down again. Through the window, she caught Mrs. Henderson watching from her kitchen. Iris waved. Mrs. Henderson waved back, already reaching for her phone. The WhatsApp group would know within minutes. The rain intensified toward evening. Iris made marmalade toast, shop-bought, not Mrs. Halloway's recipe, not yet, and ate it standing at the window. The fence held steady. The fairy lights trembled but stayed lit, small victories against weather. Moss appeared, wound around her ankles, demanded dinner with increasing urgency. She fed him, watched him eat with the dedication cats brought to food, as if each meal might be their last. Tom asked me for a drink, she told him. Moss paused mid-chew, gave her a look that might have been approval or might have been gas. Hard to tell with cats. Tuesday she spent overthinking Thursday. What did one wear for drinks at a village pub with a man who'd fixed your fence? Not a date, probably, unless it was, but it wasn't, except maybe. She tried on 3 different jumpers, hated them all, ended up in her usual jeans and the cardigan with only one visible hole. Progress. Lorna appeared at lunch, ostensibly to borrow milk, but really to gather intelligence. Heard about Thursday, she said without preamble. Jesus, How? Tom told Jim at the garage. Jim told his wife. She told me at the post office. Lorna helped herself to biscuits from the tin. The village is invested. It's just a drink. Course it is. Lorna's smile suggested otherwise. What are you wearing? Clothes? Probably. Very specific. You'll be fine. Tom's nice. Terrible at invoices, but nice. He still hasn't sent me one for the fence. He never will. Too awkward about money. You'll have to force it on him eventually. Probably literally. Just stuff cash in his pocket and run away. They drank tea while the rain continued its performance against the windows. The cottage felt warm, held, safe against weather. His ex, Iris said carefully. Sophie. Ancient history. She's engaged to someone in Manchester now. Marketing director with a BMW. Tom's better off. Is he? Lorna considered. Yeah. She wanted him to be something he wasn't. Bigger, shinier, more ambitious. Tom's Tom. That's enough. After Lorna left, Iris tried to read, gave up, made more tea, gave that up too. The cottage felt restless, or maybe that was just her, projecting nervousness onto walls and floors. She put on her coat, grabbed an umbrella, headed out into the rain. The village looked washed, colors deeper for being wet. At the bakery, she bought bread she didn't need. At the post office, she posted nothing but nodded at Lorna through the window. At the greengrocer's, she bought apples that would definitely go bad before she ate them all. Walking back, she passed Tom's blue door, paint peeling worse than she'd noticed before. The front garden was indeed a disaster, overgrown, underloved, possibly hosting wildlife. A ladder leaned against the side of the house. On the roof, a tarp flapped in the wind, partially secured. The leak he'd mentioned. She kept walking. At home, she made proper dinner for once. Chicken, potatoes, the kind of meal that suggested adulting. Ate it at the table with the radio on for company. Radio 4, voices discussing something earnest about economics. She wasn't listening. Wednesday crawled. She cleaned things, arranged the apples in a bowl, then rearranged them. Checked her phone too often. Tom hadn't messaged. Why would he? They had plans. Plans didn't require constant confirmation. Mr. Pritchard knocked at 4, later than usual. He looked tired, moved carefully up the path. Wet out, he said unnecessarily. She made tea while he settled in what had become his chair. They sat in comfortable quiet, watching rain streak the windows. Mrs. Halloway came by, Iris said eventually. Monday. Did she? How's Exeter treating her? Well, I think. She left her recipe tin, the one with marmalade instructions. Mr. Pritchard smiled. The great marmalade war. Mary never admitted it, but she tried Mrs. Halloway's recipe once. Too much lemon, she declared, though she kept the jar. What was Mary's recipe? 3 parts orange, 1 part lemon, 1 part grapefruit. Ginger, if she was feeling adventurous. He sipped his tea. I still make it sometimes. Muscle memory, you know. Stand there cutting oranges and forget she's not coming to complain I'm doing it wrong. The kitchen held that for a moment. The absence that lived alongside presence. The way gone people stayed in recipes and habits and muscle memory. You should make some, he said suddenly. Marmalade. January's the time when Seville oranges come in. Whole kitchen smells like sunshine for days. I've never made marmalade. Nothing to it. Just Time and patience and more sugar than seems reasonable. He stood, steadying himself on the chair. I should go. These old bones don't like the damp. At the door, he paused. Thursday, isn't it? Your drink with Tom? She didn't even bother asking how he knew. Just a drink. Good. He needs more, just drinks in his life. Too much work, that boy. Thursday arrived with unexpected sun. Weak autumn sun that wouldn't last, but sun nonetheless. Iris took it as a sign, though, of what she couldn't say. She spent the day attempting normal activities, laundry, emails, a half-hearted attempt at hoovering that Moss protested by hiding under the bed. Nothing quite worked. Time moved like treacle. At 6, she started getting ready, changed her shirt twice, put on lipstick, took it off, put it on again, lighter, stared at herself in the mirror, and wondered when she'd become someone who agonized over village pub drinks. At 6:45, she left. Early, but sitting in the cottage watching the clock seemed worse. The walk to the King's Head took 4 minutes. She made it last 10, examining window displays she'd seen 100 times before. Tom was already there when she arrived, at the same corner table as before. He'd changed his shirt. No paint stains, no holes. His hair was damp like he'd just showered. The effort of it, small as it was, made her stomach do something acrobatic. You're early, he said, standing as she approached. So are you. Didn't want to be late. He gestured at the other chair. What are you drinking? Cider, half, please. He went to the bar, came back with cider for her, bitter for him. The pub was quieter than last time. Thursday night, most people home with television and early beds. Fence still standing? He asked. Triumphantly. Your roof? Tarps holding, mostly, until I can get someone who knows what they're doing. I thought you knew what you were doing. With fences, yes. Roofs are different engineering, more potential for catastrophic failure. They talked about safe things. The weather is improving. The Brennan's greenhouse. Mrs. Brennan had moved the shelving twice more. The village Christmas fair. Too early to think about, but the committee was already thinking. Gradually, the conversation loosened. He told her about university, environmental science, dropped out final year. Turns out I like the idea of it more than the reality. Too much sitting still. She told him about reading, the job she'd left, marketing, ironically, the flat she'd shared with someone who turned out to be allergic to commitment and possibly basic hygiene. Why Little Darlow? He asked. Saw the cottage listing online. Looked quiet. She paused. Needed quiet. He nodded like that made perfect sense. Maybe it did. They had another drink. The pub filled up a bit. Quiz night in the other bar. Voices calling out wrong answers with confidence. Their corner stayed separate, calmer. Lorna says you never invoice people, she said. Lorna talks too much. So it's true. I invoice. Eventually, when threatened. He turned his glass in his hands. Money makes things complicated. Fix a fence, share some tea, have a laugh. That's simple. Add money, and suddenly it's transactional. Most things are transactional. Don't have to be. She thought about that, the easy back and forth of work and tea, toast and company, the way the village operated on an economy of favors and jam and knowing when to knock. I should pay you, though, she said. For the fence, you fed me breakfast and lunch twice. That's hardly. It's enough. He met her eyes. Really? Last orders came too soon. They walked out into air that had gone properly cold, autumn admitting defeat to approaching winter. Without discussing it, they turned toward Elder Cottage, walking slow. Thanks, she said as they reached her gate. For the drink, and the fence, and generally. Thanks for the breakfast, and the fence holding, and generally. They stood there, both apparently fascinated by the gate that didn't exist yet. The fairy lights cast soft shadows through the fence panels. I should, she started. Yeah, me too. Neither moved. Same again sometime? He asked. I'd like that. He smiled, quick and genuine, then headed home. She watched him go, then caught herself watching and went inside quickly, face hot despite the cold. Moss sat in the hall, judging. Shut up, she told him. She made tea, took it to bed, lay there replaying the evening, the easy conversation, the way he'd laughed at her terrible joke about the Brennans' greenhouse, the careful, not quite touching as they'd walked. Her phone buzzed. Tom. Meant to say, your fence looks good in the fairy lights. Like it was meant to be there. She typed back. It was. Just took a while to arrive. 3 dots. Then, yeah. Sometimes things do. She fell asleep smiling, which felt ridiculous and teenage and absolutely fine. The Friday morning after drinks with Tom arrived gray and ordinary, which suited Iris perfectly. She needed ordinary. Her head felt stuffed with cotton wool, not from drink, she'd only had 2 halves, but from lying awake, replaying conversations, analyzing pauses, wondering what sometimes things do actually meant. Moss had no patience for her morning confusion. He sat by his bowl, making pointed suggestions about breakfast, while she fumbled with the tin opener. Outside, the fence stood in its new straightness, fairy lights off now, saving electricity for evening. Everything normal. Nothing changed, except maybe something had, small and uncertain, like seeds under soil. She made toast out of habit more than hunger. Butter, marmalade, the shop stuff still, though Mrs. Holloway's recipe card sat on the counter where she'd left it. 2 parts orange, 1 part lemon. January for Seville oranges, still months away. Her phone sat silent on the table. No messages, which was fine, normal. They'd said sometime, not immediately. Sometime could mean anything. The doorbell rang just after 9. Proper ring, not a tentative tap. She found Mr. Pritchard on the step, more upright than usual, wearing his good coat. Doctor's appointment, he said by way of explanation. Wondered if you needed anything from town. I'm fine, thanks, but come in. The taxi won't be here for 10 minutes, yes? He was already moving toward the kitchen, comfortable now with the house's geography. Enough time for tea if you're quick about it. She was quick about it. They sat at the table while the morning gathered itself outside. Mr. Pritchard kept checking his watch. Small, nervous movements. Just routine, he said, though she hadn't asked. 6 monthly MOT, Mary used to call it. Check the tires, top up the oil. She went with you? Drove me. I never learned. Never needed to, she said. Her job to drive, mine to navigate. He smiled at something. Terrible navigator, me. Once sent us to Gloucester instead of Cirencester. She never let me forget. A car horn sounded outside. The taxi, prompt as village taxis always were. Right then. Mr. Pritchard stood, steadied himself. If I'm not back by evening, tell them I've run off to Vegas. Will do. She watched him fold himself carefully into the taxi, walking stick last, dignity intact. The ordinary courage of it, doctor's appointments alone, empty passenger seats, navigating without your navigator. After he left, the cottage felt too quiet. She tried reading, managed 3 pages of the same paragraph, tried cleaning, but everything was already clean from yesterday's nervousness. Even Moss had disappeared somewhere, probably asleep in the airing cupboard. At 11, she gave up and went out. No list, no plan, just movement. The village was doing its Friday morning thing, delivery vans blocking narrow streets, people chatting outside shops, dogs investigating lamp posts with scientific dedication. Normal life carrying on. At the post office, Lorna was serving Mrs. Bishop something complicated involving recorded delivery and insurance. Iris waited, examining postcards she'd never send. Views of Little Darlow looking improbably picturesque, the church spire straighter than it actually was. Well, Lorna said once Mrs. Bishop left. How was it? Fine, nice, normal. 3 adjectives, very descriptive. Lorna leaned on the counter. Tom seemed cheerful this morning, whistling at the garage. People whistle. Tom doesn't whistle. Tom grimaces at invoices and mutters about drainage problems. Whistling is new. Iris felt her face heat. It was just drinks. Course it was. Lorna's smile was knowing. Same as the fence was just repairs. Before Iris could respond, the door chimed. Mrs. Henderson entered, spotted Iris, smiled with too many teeth. Iris, how lovely. I was just telling Margaret about your fence. Looks marvelous. Tom did such a good job. Yes, such a nice boy. Shame about Sophie, but probably for the best. She was never quite right for the village, was she? This directed at Lorna, who made a non-committal noise. Too ambitious, poor Tom. Still, he seems to be doing well now. Very well. The emphasis on very came with another significant look. Iris escaped before the interrogation could intensify, claiming urgent errands that didn't exist. Outside, she nearly collided with Tom coming out of the hardware shop. He carried a bag of what looked like roof supplies, rolls of something black, tubes of something industrial. Hi, he said, then seemed surprised he'd said it. Hi, roof repair. Attempting. YouTube makes it look easy. He shifted the bag to his other hand. How's your morning? Mr. Pritchard's at the doctor. Mrs. Henderson just cornered me about fence quality. Normal Friday stuff. She cornered me earlier about my whistling. Apparently it's suspicious. Were you whistling? Maybe. Didn't notice. He looked at his feet, then up again. This is awkward. Bit. The village watching doesn't help. Not really, no. They stood there, both aware of curtains twitching, conversations pausing, the weight of observation like humidity before a storm. I should. He gestured vaguely at his roof. Yeah, good luck with... She gestured at his supplies. Thanks. He walked off, stopped, turned back. Sunday. Walk, maybe, if the weather's decent. Sunday's good. Great. I'll text. This time, when he walked away, he didn't turn back. Iris stood there a moment longer, aware of being watched, not caring as much as she probably should. The afternoon brought rain and an unexpected visitor. Iris was attempting to understand Mrs. Halloway's recipe cards, one for something called Wet Nelly that seemed to involve leftover cake, when the doorbell rang. A woman she didn't recognize stood under a rainbow umbrella. Youngish, maybe early 30s, wearing the kind of boots that suggested she knew about actual weather. "Hi, sorry, you don't know me. I'm Rose. Live on Back Lane. Number 4, the one with the terrible garden." "Oh, hello. I know this is random, but I saw Mr. Pritchard get in a taxi earlier and I wondered, is he all right? Only he usually walks past at 4, and when he didn't yesterday, I thought maybe..." She stopped. "Sorry, this is weird. I'm being weird." "Doctor's appointment," Iris said. "Routine," he said. Rose's shoulders dropped with relief. "Oh, good. I mean, not good doctors, but, you know. He gave me tomato plants in the summer. 4 plants, wouldn't take payment. I've got about 1,000 tomatoes in my freezer now." "Would you like tea?" "I would, but I've got to pick up my daughter." "Maybe another time?" Rose was already backing away. "Tell Mr. Pritchard the tomatoes were brilliant. If you see him..." "I will." After Rose left, Iris thought about the networks of care that ran under the village surface. Who watched for whom? Who noticed absences? Who kept spare umbrellas by doors just in case? She'd been here months now, but was only just beginning to see the structure of it, delicate and strong as spider silk. Mr. Pritchard returned at 4:30, taxi pulling up to the gate. Iris saw him from the window, went out without thinking. "Vegas, too crowded?" she called. Passport expired. He climbed out carefully, paid the driver. Besides, they wanted to keep all my blood. Vampires, the lot of them. "Tea, if you're making it." She was. They sat in the kitchen while rain spattered the windows. Mr. Pritchard looked tired, smaller somehow in his good coat. "All fine," he said without prompting. "Cholesterol bit high, blood pressure bit low, standard warranty issues. Rose from Back Lane asked after you, said to tell you the tomatoes were brilliant." "Rose," he smiled. "Nice girl. Divorced last year. Husband ran off with someone from his CrossFit class. She's better off." The rain intensified. Iris made more tea, brought out the last of the not homemade ginger biscuits. They sat in comfortable quiet, watching water run down glass. "Tom asked me for another walk," she said eventually. "Good. The village is watching. The village is always watching. Might as well give them something worth watching." He left when the rain eased, refusing her umbrella. Only round the corner, won't melt. But she watched until he was inside his own door, safe and dry. The way you did, she was learning, when people mattered. Saturday came bright and cold. Iris woke to find frost on the windows, the first proper frost of autumn. The fence sparkled with it, each panel outlined in white like careful decoration. She had nothing planned, which felt both liberating and slightly panic-inducing. Saturdays without structure tended to dissolve into nothing, leaving her anxious by evening, wondering where the day went. But this Saturday had bones to it. Laundry first, the machine churning while she had breakfast. Then town for the things she actually did need: bread, milk, something for dinner that wasn't toast. The basics of living. The market was on. Stalls along the high street selling things nobody needed, but everyone bought. Honey from somewhere specific. Soap that smelled like places you'd never visit. Knitted things in improbable colors. Iris bought apple juice from a man who talked for 10 minutes about orchards. Then bread from the bakery stall, even though the actual bakery was 20 feet away. Tom was at the plant stall, because of course he was, helping the woman who ran it, Mrs. Calder, arrange winter pansies in a way that suggested they'd been arranged rather than just plonked. They're all going to die, he was saying. First hard frost. They're pansies, Tom. They're tougher than you. He noticed Iris, waved her over. Tell Mrs. C that nobody needs pansies in November. Everyone needs pansies in November, Mrs. C said firmly, especially November. Something cheerful when everything else is giving up. She was persuasive. Iris left with 6 pansies in a plastic tray, no clear idea where they'd go. The front pots, Tom said, appearing beside her as she contemplated her impulse purchase. By your door. They'll catch morning sun. I don't have pots. Hardware shop does, come on. Which was how she ended up spending Saturday afternoon planting pansies with Tom, who'd apparently finished his roof patch and had opinions about container drainage. He'd brought the pots round, 2 terracotta things that looked like they'd last longer than the cottage, plus compost and gravel for the bottom. Drainage, he said for the 3rd time. Critical. They worked mostly in silence. Tom did the technical bits, gravel, compost, something with slow release feed. Iris placed the plants, moved them about, tried to make 6 pansies look like more than 6 pansies. They'll fill out, Tom said. Give them time. When they finished, the pot sat by the front door, looking almost professional. The pansies faced forward like a tiny purple and yellow greeting committee. Tea? Iris offered. Better not. Mrs. Bishop's hedge at 4, but tomorrow, for the walk, 10-ish if the weather holds. 10-ish works. He left with a wave, whistling again. She noticed this time. Something tuneless but cheerful. The sound of someone not overthinking. Inside, Moss investigated the plant debris she'd tracked in, judged it uninteresting, returned to his spot on the windowsill. The cottage smelled of earth now, the good clean smell of things growing or trying to. She made proper dinner, chicken again, but with vegetables this time, things that required peeling and chopping. Ate at the table with the radio on, some Saturday evening quiz show where people laughed at their own wrong answers. Her phone buzzed. Tom, your pansies look good from here. She went to the window, could just make out his blue door in the distance, a shadow that might be him at an upstairs window. Stop surveilling my pansies, she typed. Official pansy watch. Day 1. The village is rubbing off on you. Been here all my life. The village is me. She smiled at her phone, put it down, picked it up again. Your roof patch holding. So far, but it hasn't properly rained yet. It's November. It'll rain. Optimist. They texted back and forth, nothing important, the kind of conversation that existed just to exist. Eventually he said, "Good night, early bed." Mrs. Bishop's hedge would be demanding. Iris sat in her chair by the lamp, trying to read but mostly thinking about tomorrow. A walk, in daylight, in the village where everyone watched everything. It felt bigger than drinks somehow, more visible, more something. Outside, the fairy lights trembled on their timer, illuminating the fence that no longer leaned. Small fixes adding up, things finding their level. Sunday arrived with tentative sun, the kind that promised nothing but was trying its best. Iris woke early, lay in bed listening to the house wake up around her, pipes clicking, radiators deciding whether to work. Moss padding about downstairs, probably demanding breakfast from an empty kitchen. She got up, fed the cat, made coffee. Proper coffee in the cafetiere she barely used. Sunday demanded better than instant. By 9:30, she'd changed clothes twice, settled on jeans and the jumper without holes, added a scarf because November. Her good boots, the waterproof ones, practical but not trying too hard. Tom knocked at 10 exactly. He wore a jacket she hadn't seen before, dark green, the kind that suggested he knew about weather, but wasn't paranoid about it. Morning. Pansies survived the night? Thriving, or at least not actively dying. That's all anyone can ask. They headed out, without discussing direction, falling into step along the lane. The village was Sunday quiet, church bells doing their thing in the distance, calling people who mostly wouldn't come. "Where are we walking?" Iris asked. "Thought maybe the old railway path. Unless you know it already." "I don't know anything. I mean, paths. I don't know paths." She stopped. That came out weird. Bit weird, yeah, but he was smiling. This way. The path started behind the church, hidden between hedges that had forgotten they were supposed to be managed. A wooden sign, half-rotted, announced the Darlow Way, with an arrow pointing into Green Tunnel. "Railway closed in the 60s, Tom said as they entered the path. "Beaching cuts. Village fought it, lost, turned it into this instead." The path was gravel over old ballast, firm underfoot. Trees made a roof overhead, not quite bare yet, holding onto leaves like memories. The light came through gold and green, moving as the wind moved branches. "I used to bike this as a kid," Tom said. "All the way to Greater Darlow and back. Took all day. Mom packed sandwiches like I was going on expedition." Greater Darlow. The metropolis. 2 pubs, a co-op, traffic lights. We thought it was London. They walked easy, conversation stopping and starting like the sun through leaves. Tom pointed things out. A barn owl box, the place where the station platform used to be, still slightly raised if you knew to look. "Sophie hated this path," he said suddenly. "Too muddy. Too nowhere." Iris wasn't sure how to respond to the sudden introduction of the ex-girlfriend into their walk. She wanted pavements, he continued. Proper shops. Cafes that weren't someone's front room with ideas. He kicked a stone. "Fair enough, really. But you came back." "Yeah. Turns out I like muddy. And nowhere. And cafes that are definitely someone's front room." They crossed a bridge over nothing, the stream long diverted, and emerged into a field edge. The path continued, ruler straight, cutting between hedgerows full of rose hips and old man's beard. "Sorry," Tom said, "about mentioning Sophie. Weird thing to bring up. It's fine. It's not. First rule of maybe dates, don't mention the ex." Maybe dates. The phrase hung between them like morning mist. "Is that what this is?" Iris asked. "A maybe date?" Tom stopped walking, looked at her directly for the first time all morning. I'd like it to be. If you... Yes? Yes, it's a maybe date, or yes, it's an actual date. Actual, I think. Unless you prefer maybe. No, actual's good. Actual's better. They stood there grinning at each other like idiots until a dog walker appeared around the corner, nodded good morning, probably went straight home to report the sighting. They walked on. Something shifted. Tom took her hand briefly to help her over a stile, let go, then took it again anyway. His hand was warm, calloused, steady. The village is going to have opinions, Iris said. The village has opinions about everything. Might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. What does that even mean? No idea. Something my dad used to say. The path curved, following the old railway's gentle grading. Never too steep for steam engines, perfect for Sunday walks. They met other walkers, dog people mostly, one family with small children who seemed personally offended by puddles. Coffee? Tom suggested as they reached a wider bit with benches. There's a place in Greater Darlow. If we push on. The metropolis? The very same. Prepare to be amazed by our traffic lights. Greater Darlow was 20 minutes further, emerging suddenly from farmland like it had been dropped there. It did indeed have traffic lights, plus a shop that sold coffee and cake and newspapers from London that arrived a day late. They sat outside despite the cold, partly because the inside was full, mostly because outside felt less observed. The coffee was actually good. The cake was better. I should warn you, Tom said through chocolate crumbs. The Greater Darlow Telegraph is even faster than ours. We'll be engaged by the time we get back. Bit quick. Village time moves different, like dog years. They walked back slower, the sun doing its best to warm November into something kinder. Tom talked about work. The Hendersons wanted a pawn now, God help him. Iris told him about Mrs. Halloway's visit, the recipe cards, the great marmalade war. You should make some, he said. Marmalade. Settle the argument once and for all. I've never made marmalade. Neither had Mrs. Halloway once, or Mrs. Pritchard, or anyone until they did. At the bridge over nothing, they stopped to look at the view, fields rolling toward a soft horizon, a church spire that might be Little Darlow, or might be somewhere else entirely. England doing its postcard thing. I'm glad you moved here, Tom said suddenly. Because of the fence work? No. Well, yes, the fence was good. But no. He turned to face her. Just glad you're here. Before she could respond, he kissed her. Quick, tentative, barely there, then pulled back, looking mortified. Sorry, I should have. She kissed him back. Less tentative. Definitely there. When they broke apart, he was smiling that quick, genuine smile she'd seen over fence posts. Right, he said. Good. That's yes. Eloquent. Words are hard. Apparently. They walked back hand in hand now, no pretense about styles. The path felt different in afternoon light, older, more settled. A few leaves fell as they passed, adding to the general carpet of autumn. At the church, where the path met the village, they hesitated. The gauntlet, Tom said, looking at the high street. Might as well get it over with. But the village was kind. Only Mrs. Patterson out with her possibly a bear cat, who nodded and smiled and managed not to look too delighted. The rest of the street dozed in Sunday afternoon quiet. At Iris's gate, They stopped. "That was nice," she said. "The walk, the coffee, the rest." "Yeah, we should, again, if you want." "I want." He kissed her goodbye, quicker this time, aware of windows, then walked backward a few steps, still smiling, before remembering how walking worked and turning around. Inside, Moss sat in the hall looking knowing. "Oh, shut up," Iris told him, but she was smiling too. She made tea, took it to her chair, sat watching the fence and its fairy lights come on with the timer. Her phone buzzed. Lorna. "Well?" She ignored it, but it buzzed again. "Mr. Pritchard, heard you had coffee in Greater Darlow. Their Victoria sponge is good." Then from Tom, "Sorry about the village. They mean well." She typed back, "It's fine. Part of the package. Package deal, garden maintenance, fence repair, village gossip. Very reasonable rates. You still haven't invoiced me. Details." She put the phone down, picked up her book, put that down too. The cottage felt different, fuller somehow, though she was still alone, like something had shifted in the walls, made more room for possibility. Evening came gently. She made scrambled eggs again, ate them thinking about the bridge over nothing, the kiss that was definitely something. Outside, the pansies faced the darkening street, purple and yellow guards at the door. Small things taking root, growing despite November, despite everything. That's what Tom had said, wasn't it? Give them time. She could do that. The church was colder than Iris had expected, not unpleasantly so, just honest cold, the kind that came from stone walls and high ceilings, and centuries of English winters pressing in. She sat in the third pew from the back, close enough to seem willing, far enough to escape if necessary. She wasn't entirely sure why she'd come. Tom had mentioned it in passing. His mom went most Sundays, and he sometimes joined her for the 11 o'clock. Not a suggestion, not an invitation, just information. But Iris had woken this morning with an unfamiliar restlessness, the cottage too quiet after yesterday's walk, and found herself putting on her good coat, the one without missing buttons, and walking toward the bells. The congregation was sparse, 15, maybe 20 people, mostly older, arranged in the front pews with the deliberate spacing of those who'd claimed their spots decades ago. Mr. Pritchard sat near the front, walking stick-hooked on the pew edge, hymnal already open. He hadn't seen her come in. Tom wasn't there. His mum either, presumably. Just Iris, surrounded by strangers who all seemed to know each other, trying to remember when you were supposed to stand and when to kneel. The vicar was younger than she'd imagined, 40s maybe, with the kind of beard that suggested either deliberate cultivation or complete indifference to mirrors. He spoke well, his voice filling the space without straining. Something about gratitude, the harvest, small blessings adding up. Iris let the words wash over her, not really listening, watching dust motes drift through the colored light from the windows. One showed a lamb looking impossibly serene. Another depicted something with wings that might have been an angel or possibly a very ambitious chicken. After the service, she tried to slip out quickly, but the vicar was faster. He appeared at the door, like someone who'd had practice intercepting escapees, hand already extended. "New face?" he said warmly. "I'm David. Vicar, obviously." He gestured at his collar. The costume gives it away. Iris, I've just moved to the village. Well, a few months ago now. Elder cottage, yes? Mrs. Patterson mentioned. Said you'd fixed the fence. Of course, Mrs. Patterson had mentioned. The village telegraph operated on frequencies beyond human understanding. Tom Avery fixed it, really. I just held things. Tom's good people. His mum's been under the weather. Nothing serious, just a cold that's hanging on. She'll be sorry to have missed you. Something shifted in Iris's chest. Tom's mum had wanted to meet her, or the vicar assumed she would. Either way, it meant something. Being expected. Being worth mentioning. I should... Iris gestured vaguely toward the door. Of course, but do come again. We're not very formal, despite appearances. He smiled. And if anyone tries to recruit you for the flower rota, remember that "I'll think about it" is a complete sentence. Outside, the November air felt sharp after the church's muffled atmosphere. Iris stood for a moment, getting her bearings. The village green stretched opposite, empty except for a few determined pigeons and a bench that had seen better decades. Iris! Mrs. Henderson was approaching at speed, scarf trailing behind her like a signal flag. She had the look of someone with urgent news. I didn't know you were coming to church. How lovely. Did David mention the Christmas fair? We need volunteers for the cake stall. Also, someone to organize the tombola, because Margaret's hip, you know, and she simply can't be bending over to arrange bottles like she used to. I'll think about it, Iris said, remembering the vicar's advice. Wonderful. I'll put you down as maybe. The planning meeting is Tuesday at 7, Village Hall. Tea and biscuits provided, obviously. Mrs. Henderson beamed. So good to see young people getting involved. Young people. Iris was 43, but in Little Darlow terms, she supposed that counted as the new generation. She walked home the long way, past the bakery, closed Sundays sadly, past the post office, also closed, past the green where someone had put up a notice about a lost cat that looked suspiciously like Mrs. Patterson's, possibly a bear. The cottage welcomed her back with its particular exhale of warmth and quiet. Moss sat in the hall, judging her choice of Sunday activity, then followed her to the kitchen for the important business of second breakfast. While the kettle heated, she looked out at the fence, straight, solid. The fairy lights wouldn't come on until evening, but she could see them strung along the panels, patient and ready. Her phone buzzed. Tom. Mum says sorry she missed you at church. Apparently, Mrs. Patterson texted her. Iris smiled at her phone. How does Mrs. Patterson have everyone's number? She's been running the village directory since 1987. Knows everyone's birthday, blood type, and opinions on Brexit. Terrifying. Mostly harmless. She brings round casseroles when people are ill. Her chicken and mushroom is actually good. The kettle clicked off. Iris made tea, carried it to the table, found herself typing before she'd quite decided what to say. Is your mum okay? The vicar mentioned she was under the weather. Just a cold that won't shift. She's fine. Just grumpy about missing her Sunday routine. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. She wants to meet you properly, when she's better, if that's not weird. Not weird. Nice, actually. She'll have opinions about the fence. Fair warning. Everyone has opinions about the fence. Village speciality. They texted back and forth for a while. Nothing important. Just the easy back and forth that had become familiar. Tom was attempting to invoice someone. Heroic. His roof had developed a new drip in a different corner, less heroic. Mrs. Bishop's hedge had required what he called aggressive intervention, and what Mrs. Bishop called butchery. Around 1, Mr. Pritchard appeared at the door. He looked better than yesterday, color in his cheeks, his good coat brushed and pressed. "Saw you at church," he said, settling into his usual chair. "Didn't want to ambush you afterward. The vultures descend quickly. Mrs. Henderson found me anyway. She always does. It's a gift, or a curse, depending on perspective." Iris made more tea, put out the biscuits Lorna had brought earlier in the week. They were going soft now, but Mr. Pritchard didn't seem to mind. "Tom's mother was ill," she said, not quite a question. "Margaret?" "Yes, I heard. Nothing serious, just one of those autumn things that lingers." He dunked a biscuit with the precision of someone who'd been dunking biscuits for 80 years. "She's a good woman, widowed young, raised Tom on her own. His father died suddenly. Heart attack on a job site. Tom was 19. Iris hadn't known that. Tom had mentioned his father in fragments, the clockwise concrete, the height marks on the doorframe, but not how he'd lost him. That must have been hard. It's always hard. Doesn't matter when, doesn't matter how, just hard. Mr. Pritchard stared at his tea. Tom took it badly, dropped out of university, came home, couldn't settle for years. Eventually found his feet with the gardening, the odd jobs. Margaret worries he should have done more, gone back, finished his degree. But Tom's never been one for should-haves. They sat with that for a moment. Outside, clouds were gathering, the promising morning giving way to typical November gloom. "He's happier now," Mr. Pritchard said. "I've known him since he was small, running about the allotments while his dad worked. Haven't seen him this settled in years." It felt like something was being said that required no response. Iris busied herself with the teapot, topping it up with water that wasn't quite boiling. "The harvest festival's in 2 weeks," Mr. Pritchard said, changing subjects with the grace of someone who'd said what he meant to say. "Village hall, terrible food, endless speeches, but there's dancing after if you survive." "Dancing? Don't look so horrified. Folk stuff mostly. Optional participation. Mary and I used to go every year." He smiled at something remembered. She'd bring her walnut cake. Everyone pretended it wasn't dry. Was it dry? Drier than the Sahara. But she loved making it, so we all ate it and said nice things. He chuckled. That's what community is really, eating dry cake and meaning the compliments anyway. After he left, Iris found herself thinking about dry cake and meant compliments. The small dishonesties that held people together. The way love showed up in what you pretended not to notice. She made toast for lunch, 2 slices, butter and marmalade, the standard configuration. Ate standing at the window, watching the clouds roll in. Rain by evening, probably. The fence would handle it now. No more emergency propping in storms. Her phone buzzed again. Not Tom this time. Mrs. Henderson, apparently having obtained her number through mysterious means. "Wonderful to have you at church. Tuesday at 7, Village Hall. Biscuits will be digestives. Hope that's okay. See you there." Iris stared at the message. She hadn't agreed to Tuesday. Had she? "I'll think about it." Apparently meant something different in village dialect. She typed back, "I'm not sure I can." Before she could finish, another message arrived. "Lovely, I'll put you down for scones. Any dietary requirements?" There was no escape. Iris deleted her half-formed excuse, typed "no dietary requirements," and resigned herself to scones. The afternoon drifted. She tried reading, managed a chapter, cleaned the bathroom, which didn't need cleaning, reorganized the kitchen cupboards, found 2 tins of chickpeas she didn't remember buying, and a jar of something that had expired 3 years before she'd moved in. Around 4, the rain started. Not dramatic, just persistent, the kind that soaked you slowly without announcing itself. The fairy lights came on, their timer indifferent to weather, and Iris watched them blur through the wet window. Tom called at 5. Actually called, not texted. His voice unexpectedly close in her ear. "Hi. Is this weird? Calling instead of texting?" "Bit weird, but good weird. I was going to text, but then I thought, I don't know. Wanted to hear your voice." A pause. "That sounds more romantic than I meant it. Or maybe not. I'm not sure." Iris smiled at the window. "How's the roof?" "Dripping heroically. I've got buckets, multiple buckets." She could hear the resignation in his voice. "Should really get someone in properly, but that would require admitting defeat." "To whom?" "The roof. Can't let it know it's winning." Very sensible. They talked about nothing. The weather, Mrs. Bishop's butchered hedge, whether digestive biscuits were actually good or just familiar. Normal things that felt significant for no reason. "I was thinking," Tom said eventually. "Wednesday, maybe? Dinner? Somewhere not the King's Head. Unless you want the King's Head. The King's Head is fine. Dinner sounds nice. There's an Italian in Greater Darlow. Proper one, not just pizza. If you like Italian, or something else, I don't mind. Italian's good." "Great. 7, I'll drive, if the van starts." Which it usually does. Mostly. After they hung up, Iris stood in the kitchen feeling oddly light. A dinner date, in Greater Darlow, at a proper Italian restaurant. This was becoming a thing. Whatever this was. She made proper dinner, the last of the chicken, vegetables roasted slowly because she had nothing else to do. Ate at the table with a glass of wine, feeling slightly festive for no particular reason. Moss appeared, demanded a chair at the table, then ignored her completely in favor of extensive grooming. "I have a dinner date Wednesday," she told him. He licked his paw with what might have been approval or complete indifference. With Moss, it was always hard to tell. Monday brought gray skies and a sense of mundaness that felt almost comforting. The village had a rhythm to it now. Shops opening, people walking dogs, the postman making his rounds with the careful efficiency of someone who'd been doing this for decades. Iris went to the greengrocer for vegetables, then the bakery for bread. At both, people she half recognized nodded hello. At the butcher's, she was making a casserole, something that required actual meat. The woman behind the counter asked how the fence was holding up. "Fine, good, solid. Tom does good work. His father taught him well." The woman weighed out lamb. Such a shame about John. The whole village came out for the funeral. Margaret nearly collapsed, but she held it together. Strong woman. Everyone had stories about Tom's father. The village's collective memory seemed to hold him like something precious. The builder who'd worked on half the houses here, who'd coached the junior football team, who'd died too young and left a gap that hadn't quite closed. Walking home, Iris wondered what it was like for Tom. Growing up in a place where everyone remembered your father, where his work was visible on every street. Whether it felt like comfort or pressure, both, probably. The afternoon brought unexpected company. Rose appeared at the door with a jar of something dark and homemade. "Tomato chutney," she announced. "From the summer excess. I've been working through the freezer." She held it out like an offering. "Mr. Pritchard's recipe, technically." "Well, his late wife's. He gave it to me when I didn't know what to do with 40,000 tomatoes." "Come in," Iris said, "because that's what you did now. I'll make tea." Rose was chattier than she'd been on Friday. More comfortable, maybe, or just more awake. She talked about her daughter, 7, obsessed with dinosaurs, currently convinced she'd grow up to be a paleontologist. Her job, teaching assistant at the primary school in Greater Darlow. Her ex-husband, mentioned briefly, dismissed firmly. "It's better here," she said. "I moved back after the divorce. My mum's nearby and the village is, I don't know, holding. Does that make sense?" "It makes sense." "Everyone knows your business, which is annoying, but they also notice when you're not okay." Rose wrapped her hands around her mug. After Simon left, Mrs. Patterson turned up with casseroles for a week. She didn't ask questions, didn't offer advice, just brought food and washed up and left. The chicken and mushroom? Actually good. It's famous for a reason. They talked about children Rose had, children Iris didn't have. Not sad, just a path not taken. The logistics of single parenting, the strange relief of not having to compromise on everything anymore. "Sorry," Rose said eventually. "I'm talking too much. I do that when I'm nervous." "You don't seem nervous." "I'm great at hiding it." She smiled, quick and self-deprecating. "I've been meaning to introduce myself since you moved in. Kept finding reasons not to. You know how it is." Iris did know how it was. The effort of starting conversations, the fear of intruding, the endless second-guessing. "Well," she said, "you're here now." "I'm here now." Rose raised her mug, to finally getting around to things. They clinked cups, which was silly, but felt right. After Rose left, Iris looked at the chutney jar on the counter. Dark, slightly mysterious, labeled in careful handwriting. Another piece of the village network, recipes passed between neighbors, preserves shared across fences, the quiet economy of jars and kindness. She put the chutney in the cupboard next to Mrs. Halloway's marmalade recipe. January was still months away, but she was starting to understand how these things accumulated, how a kitchen could become full of other people's care. Tuesday arrived with the inevitability of something you'd tried to forget about. Iris spent the day making scones. 3 batches, because the first was too flat, and the second was somehow too everything else. By the 3rd attempt, she'd achieved something that looked edible, and even rose properly. At 6:30, she changed into clean clothes, covered the scones with a tea towel, and set out for the village hall. The hall was a stone building beside the church, probably Victorian, definitely drafty. Inside, chairs had been arranged in a rough circle around a table, bearing a massive tea urn and several packets of digestives. About 15 people were already there, most over 60, all looking at her with the interest of villagers assessing a newcomer. Mrs. Henderson swooped in immediately. "Iris! And you brought scones. Wonderful. Put them on the table. I'll find you a seat." Iris was positioned between Mr. Pritchard, who'd saved her a chair, bless him, and a woman introduced as Mrs. Collins, who apparently ran the post office counter when Lorna wasn't there and had opinions about parking. The meeting was simultaneously dull and overwhelming. 14 agenda items, all apparently crucial, ranging from tombola bottle procurement to should the carol singers go door to door or stay stationary. Iris learned more about raffle ticket logistics than she'd ever known existed, but there was something oddly soothing about it. The rhythm of discussion, the back and forth of people who'd been doing this for decades, even the arguments about whether to include chocolate oranges in the Secret Santa, about who should be in charge of setting up tables, felt comfortable, familiar somehow, though she'd never been here before. "We need someone for flowers," Mrs. Henderson announced, checking her list. "Mrs. Dawkins has stepped down." "My knees," Mrs. Dawkins confirmed from across the circle. "Can't be crawling around anymore." "Iris, you've got a lovely garden," Mrs. Henderson continued, as if this followed logically. "I noticed those pansies by your door. Very cheerful." "I didn't. Tom planted those. Perfect, natural eye for it. All in favor of Iris taking on flowers." Hands went up. Iris found herself nodding before she'd quite decided to. "Excellent. Just the hall arrangements, nothing fancy. Mrs. Dawkins can show you where the vases are." And that was that. Iris was now officially responsible for Christmas Fair flowers. Mrs. Dawkins beamed at her like she'd volunteered for sainthood. During the tea break, Mr. Pritchard found her by the urn. "Walked right into that one, didn't you?" "Is there any way to unvolunteer?" "Not once the hands have gone up. You're committed now." He helped himself to one of her scones. "These are good, though. Better than last year's. Mrs. Thompson's were like rocks. I made 3 batches. Shows." He chewed thoughtfully. "The trick is accepting it. Once you're on a rota, you're part of things. That's not bad, really. Part of things." Iris looked around the room. Mrs. Henderson organizing, Mrs. Collins complaining about parking, the vicar attempting diplomacy about carol singer logistics, a village doing what villages had always done, making lists, eating biscuits, agreeing to things before you'd quite understood what you were agreeing to. She'd come here for quiet, for escape, for a cottage with a squeaky window and too much space for one person. Somehow she'd ended up on the flower rota. It didn't feel like a defeat. The meeting ended at 9, later than promised, but earlier than threatened. Iris walked home through air that smelled of wood smoke and approaching rain. The village was settling into evening, lights in windows, the occasional bark of a dog, someone's television flickering through thin curtains. At Elder Cottage, Moss sat on the windowsill, silhouetted against the fairy lights. He watched her approach with the patience of a cat who'd been waiting and intended to mention it. "I'm on the flower rota," she told him as she came through the door. Also, the scone rota, apparently, and possibly something called the Mince Pie Coordination Committee. Moss blinked slowly, which might have meant anything. She made tea, checked her phone. A message from Tom. "Heard you survived the planning meeting. Mrs. Henderson texted Mum. You're officially one of us now." "What does that mean?" "No escape, ever. Sorry." 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. "Still on for tomorrow. Italian. 7. Still on. Wear something not covered in scone flour." She looked down at her jumper. He wasn't wrong. Wednesday arrived soft and mild, autumn having a last gasp of pleasantness before winter properly set in. Iris spent the morning doing laundry, the afternoon not overthinking what to wear, and the early evening definitely overthinking what to wear. She settled on the dress she'd bought in the summer and never worn. Dark green, simple, the kind of thing that worked for dinner without trying too hard. Added a cardigan because November. Looked in the mirror and felt approximately 40% presentable, which would have to do. Tom arrived at 7 exactly, which was becoming a pattern. He'd made an effort. Clean shirt, jacket that wasn't his work jacket, hair that had been deliberately arranged rather than just happening. "You look nice," he said, then seemed surprised he'd said it out loud. "So do you." They stood in the hall for a moment, both slightly awkward in their effort-making, before Moss appeared and demanded attention, breaking the tension. "Hello, Moss." Tom crouched to offer his hand. Moss sniffed it, considered, then permitted a brief ear scratch. "High honor. He usually ignores me." "He's decided you're acceptable. Don't get too confident." The drive to Greater Darlow took 15 minutes in Tom's van, which smelled of compost and had a worrying rattle that he claimed was character. They talked about the planning meeting. Tom had heard full reports from his mother, who'd heard from Mrs. Henderson, who'd heard from everyone, about the flower rota. Tom thought it was funny. About the mince pie coordination committee, which apparently did exist and was more political than the UN. The Italian restaurant was small, tucked between an estate agent and a charity shop, with steamed-up windows and the smell of garlic and good intentions. Inside, it was half full, couples mostly, a few families, the pleasant buzz of people enjoying themselves. They got a table near the window, which was foggy enough to offer privacy from the street. The menu was handwritten, the wine list short but adequate, the bread basket excellent. "I should warn you," Tom said, studying the menu. "I have strong opinions about carbonara." "What kind of opinions?" "It shouldn't have cream. Ever. That's not carbonara. That's pasta with bacon sauce." This feels like a controversial stance. It's a hill I'm willing to die on. They ordered carbonara for him to test the restaurant's integrity, mushroom risotto for her, safe but satisfying. The wine arrived promptly, red and warming. "So," Tom said once they'd settled, "dinner, in public, in Greater Darlow, the metropolis, the very same. Though to be fair, nobody here knows us, or cares what we're doing. That's actually quite relaxing, isn't it?" He swirled his wine. "Sometimes I drive here just to buy milk without someone asking how the Hendersons' pond is coming." "How is the Hendersons' pond coming?" "Badly. Don't ask." The food arrived, and Tom's carbonara passed inspection. No cream, proper egg, the correct amount of pepper. Iris's risotto was rich and earthy, exactly what she'd wanted without knowing she wanted it. They talked about easier things. Childhoods, his in Little Darlow, playing in the allotments, building dens and hedges with the other village kids. Hers in Reading, more suburban, less muddy. Schools, jobs, the winding paths that had led them here. "I dropped out in my final year," Tom said, matter of fact now about something that had obviously once been difficult. "Dad had just, and Mum needed me. Or I needed to be there, more accurately. Couldn't concentrate on anything else." "Do you regret it?" "Sometimes, Mostly not. He pushed risotto around his plate. I think I'd have ended up back here anyway. The degree was environmental science, which sounded good in theory. In practice, it meant spreadsheets and committee meetings about pollution targets. He shrugged. I'd rather be outside. You'd rather be fixing fences in the rain. I would, actually. Weird, but true. He looked up. What about you? Marketing, wasn't it? For my sins, 12 years of convincing people they needed things they didn't need. She took a sip of wine. I was good at it. That's the embarrassing part. Why embarrassing? Because I didn't believe in any of it. I just knew how to make people want things. She traced her finger along the edge of her glass. After a while, that starts to feel hollow. Hence little Darlow. Hence little Darlow, and toast, and a leaning fence that turned out to need fixing. That fence was a blessing in disguise. Very thin disguise. It was obviously terrible. He laughed, the sound warm in the small restaurant. They ordered tiramisu, 1 portion, 2 spoons, the kind of sharing that felt significant, and talked about nothing until the staff started stacking chairs. Outside, the air had gone properly cold. Tom's hand found hers as they walked to the van, warm and certain. Thank you, Iris said, for dinner and the carbonara opinions. Thank you for the company and for agreeing that cream is wrong. I didn't say that. You implied it, close enough. The drive back was quiet, comfortable. Radio on low, something folky, the kind of music that suited dark country roads. When they reached Elder Cottage, Tom walked her to the door, stood in the glow of the fairy lights, looking slightly nervous. I had a good time, he said. A really good time. Me too. He kissed her then, longer than last time, more certain. Iris felt it all the way down to her toes, standing on her own doorstep in November, being kissed by someone who had opinions about carbonara and a difficult door and a roof that was definitely still leaking. Good night, he said when they finally separated. Good night. Fix your roof. Tomorrow, probably. He walked backward a few steps. Or next week. The buckets are coping. The buckets shouldn't have to cope. Now you sound like Mr. Pritchard. Maybe Mr. Pritchard is right. He waved, got in the van, drove away. Iris stood watching until the taillights disappeared around the corner, then let herself in. Moss sat in the hall, clearly having strong opinions about her evening absence. It was nice, she told him. He has views about pasta. Moss expressed his complete indifference by walking away toward the kitchen, where dinner was, objectively, more important than human romance. Iris made tea, decaf because it was late and she wanted to sleep sometime this century, carried it to the chair by the lamp, sat watching the fairy lights through the window. Her phone buzzed. Tom. Home. Roof still standing. Buckets only half full. Heroic buckets. The bravest. Good night. Again. Good night. She put the phone down, picked up her book, put that down too. Too full of something to read. The good kind of full. Dinner and wine and conversation and a kiss on the doorstep. The kind of full that made the cottage feel smaller and larger at once. Tomorrow there would be Thursday and Friday and the weekend. The harvest festival in 2 weeks. The Christmas fair to plan. Flowers to arrange. Scones to be made. A village that had somehow absorbed her without asking permission. She wasn't sure when she'd stopped being a visitor and started being here, but she had. Iris Harland of Elder Cottage, on the flower rota, with a straight fence and pansies by the door. Someone's dinner date, someone's neighbor, someone who people checked on when they didn't see her walking past at the usual time. It was, she thought, a lot of someone's, more than she'd had in years, more than she'd thought she wanted. But wanting was a funny thing. It crept up on you, like fences needing repair, like recipes found in drawers, like kissing someone in fairy light and not wanting it to end. She finished her tea, washed the cup, climbed the stairs to bed. The cottage creaked around her, settling into night. Moss appeared, claimed his spot behind her knees, purred something that might have been approval. "I know," she told him. "It's unexpected." But unexpected, she was learning, wasn't always bad. Sometimes it was just a fence that needed fixing. Sometimes it was dinner in Greater Darlow, and someone who drove you home. Sometimes it was a village that held you, whether you'd asked to be held or not. Thursday came with proper rain, the kind that meant business, rattling against windows and turning the garden into a collection of small lakes. Iris watched it from the kitchen, tea in hand, Moss beside her, expressing feline displeasure at the weather's choices. "I know," she told him, "but we're not going out anyway." The day stretched ahead, wonderfully empty. No planning meetings, no volunteers to coordinate, just her and the cottage and the rain. She did things slowly. Breakfast that took an hour, reading that actually stuck this time, a phone call to the friend in Reading she'd been meaning to call for weeks. "You sound different," Sarah said. "Good different. Less like you're holding your breath all the time." "Do I?" "You do. The village is working then?" "I think so. Yes." She told Sarah about the cottage, about Mr. Pritchard and his toast visits, about Lorna and the post office gossip network, about Tom, especially about Tom. "So there's a man," Sarah said, with the satisfaction of someone who'd been waiting for this development. "There's a maybe man, a probably man, a definitely man, from the sound of it." Iris smiled at the window. Maybe. After the call, she made lunch. Proper lunch. Soup from scratch because she had time and vegetables. The kitchen filled with the smell of onions and carrots and things that were good for you. And she thought about Sarah's observation. Less like holding your breath. Had she been holding her breath? Maybe. For years, possibly. The job that required constant performance. The relationship that had ended badly. The sense that life was something you got through rather than something you lived in. Here, she breathed. That was the difference. She breathed and noticed what she was breathing, and it was enough. Mr. Pritchard appeared around 3, despite the rain. He was damp but cheerful, shaking water from his umbrella in the hall. "Needed the air," he said. "House gets small when you can't go out." "I thought you said you needed the air." "Air is relative." She made tea while he settled. The kitchen was warm now, the soup simmering on the back of the stove, and they sat watching the rain turn the garden into a watercolor. "Heard you went to dinner with Tom," Mr. Pritchard said. "Not a question. Does anything happen in this village without everyone knowing?" "Very little. Mrs. Patterson's network is extensive." He sipped his tea. Also, Tom told me. He was smiling. It was notable. He smiled about dinner. He smiled about you. Mr. Pritchard's eyes were kind. He hasn't done that in a while. Not about anyone. Iris didn't know what to say to that. She busied herself with biscuits instead, arranging them on a plate with unnecessary precision. Mary and I met at a village dance, Mr. Pritchard said, apparently changing subjects. I was 22. She was 19. I asked her to dance because she was the only woman who hadn't already turned me down that evening. Romantic. It was, actually. She said yes to spite someone else. Her mother, I think, who'd been pushing her at the vicar's son. We danced 3 times. I walked her home. Proposed 6 weeks later. 6 weeks? When you know, you know. That's what she always said. We argued about everything. Politics, decorating, whether tomatoes belonged in a fry-up. But we knew. The rain intensified, drumming the windows. Inside, the cottage held them warm and dry. I'm not saying 6 weeks, Mr. Pritchard added. Just saying, when something good comes along, don't overthink it. Is that what I'm doing? Overthinking? Maybe. I'm old. I can't tell anymore. He smiled. But you look happier. That's worth something. After he left, Iris sat with that. Happier. She didn't have a lot of comparison points. The last few years had been gray getting through. But here, now, with soup on the stove and rain on the windows, and tomorrow to look forward to. Yes. Happier. Tom called that evening while she was washing up from dinner. Roof update, he said. 3 buckets now. Possibly 4, if you count the marginal one. 4 buckets is a system failure. 4 buckets is resourcefulness. I'm choosing to see the positive. You need to get someone in. I know, I will, after the Harvest Festival. Why after? Because the Hendersons need their pond finished first, and Mrs. Collins needs her garden ready for her daughter's visit, and there's the Christmas fair set up to think about. He paused. Also, calling someone feels like admitting defeat. To the roof? The roof. Also the universe. Also my dad, who would absolutely have fixed it himself in an afternoon, and had time left over for a pint. Iris leaned against the counter. Your dad sounds impressive. He was. Is. In my head, anyway. Tom's voice softened. Sometimes I think I'm still trying to be as good as he was. Stupid, really. He'd have told me to call someone. Then call someone. After the Harvest Festival. Promise? I promise. Cross my heart and hope to, well, not die. Hope to get wet, maybe. They talked a while longer, about the Harvest Festival, about the pond still going badly, about whether Tom's van would survive another winter. Normal things. The things you talk about when someone becomes part of your daily thoughts. Afterward, Iris made toast. 1 slice, butter, marmalade. The evening ritual that had become as familiar as breathing. She ate standing at the window, watching the fairy lights blur through rain-streaked glass. Tomorrow was Friday, then the weekend, then another week of village life, with its committees and obligations and small kindnesses. The Harvest Festival was approaching, then Christmas, then January, when the Seville oranges came in. She thought about marmalade, Mrs. Halloway's recipe, Mary Pritchard's recipe, the ongoing debate about lemons versus grapefruit, about kitchens filled with steam and sugar, the house smelling of sunshine for days. Maybe this year, maybe she'd try. Not everything she was learning had to be perfect the first time. Some things you just started and kept going, and eventually they came out right. Fences, scones, relationships that began with holding panels in the rain. She washed her plate, turned off the lights, climbed the stairs. The cottage settled around her, familiar now in all its creaks and sighs. Moss appeared, claimed his spot, purred his approval of another day, survived. "Good night," Iris told him. "Tomorrow we'll do it all again." Which was, she thought, the whole point. The doing it again. The accumulation of ordinary days into something that felt like a life. Outside, the rain continued its patient work, soaking the garden, testing the fence, finding every gap in Tom's roof. Inside, Iris slept, warm and dry and exactly where she was supposed to be. The village held her, whether she'd asked to be held or not. She was starting to be glad it did. Wednesday arrived with the kind of gray morning that promised nothing and delivered exactly that. Iris woke to find Moss already downstairs, sitting by the back door with the particular intensity of a cat who had opinions about the weather, but no power to change it. "It's November," she told him, filling the kettle. "This is what November does." He flicked his tail once, unconvinced. The kitchen held its usual morning quiet, radiator ticking, the small hum of the fridge, rain beginning its tentative investigation of the windows. Iris moved through the familiar motions, kettle on, tea leaves measured, the good mug retrieved from its spot by the sink. These rituals had become automatic now, her body knowing what to do before her mind quite caught up. Today was the day. Mr. Pritchard was coming at 2 to teach her Mary's marmalade recipe. She'd been thinking about it since Sunday, when she'd rashly promised to bring something to the harvest festival. Marmalade had seemed safe, contained, something she could manage. Now, standing in her kitchen with rain streaking the windows, she wasn't so sure. The recipe cards sat on the counter where she'd left them. Mrs. Halloway's version and Mr. Pritchard's handwritten notes about Mary's approach. 3 parts orange, 1 part lemon, 1 part grapefruit. Ginger if adventurous. She wasn't feeling particularly adventurous. The morning passed in the way mornings did when you were waiting for something. Iris cleaned the kitchen twice, reorganized the cupboard where the preserving jars lived. She'd bought them last week, an act of faith or foolishness, and made toast she didn't really want, just to have something to do with her hands. At 11, her phone buzzed. "Tom, Marmalade Day, you ready?" "Terrified. You?" "Working on the Henderson's pond. Also terrified, but for different reasons. Mrs. Henderson has opinions about water features." "Doesn't everyone have opinions about everything here?" "Village speciality. Good luck with the oranges." She smiled at her phone, put it down, picked it up again. "How's the roof?" 4 buckets. Possibly 5 if you count the one catching drips from the bathroom ceiling. "Tom, I know. After the harvest festival. I promised." She let it go. Some battles weren't hers to fight, or at least not today. Lorna appeared at noon, ostensibly to borrow sugar, but really to gather intelligence. "Heard Mr. Pritchard's teaching you the recipe," she said, settling at the kitchen table with the familiarity of someone who no longer waited for invitations. "Mary's recipe, that's something. Is it?" He's never taught anyone, not even Margaret next door, and she asked 3 times. Lorna helped herself to a biscuit. Mary used to guard that recipe like state secrets. Said it was the only thing she was better at than Mrs. Halloway. The Great Marmalade War. Legendary. They had a taste-off once at the church fete. 1987, I think. Blind judging. Mary won by half a point. Mrs. Halloway didn't speak to her for a month. Iris tried to imagine the politics of competitive preserving, the weight of half a point in a village where everyone remembered everything. What happened after the month? Oh, they made up. Mrs. Halloway brought round a lemon drizzle cake, and Mary admitted her marmalade was too bitter that year anyway. That's how it works here. You fight, you apologize with baked goods, you move on. After Lorna left, with sugar she clearly didn't need, Iris set up the kitchen for the lesson, jars sterilized, equipment laid out, the oranges arranged in a bowl like some kind of citrus still life. She'd bought them from the market on Saturday, the woman with the checked tablecloth nodding approvingly when Iris explained what they were for. Mary Pritchard's recipe, the woman had said. That's proper heritage, that is. Heritage. The word sat strangely. Iris hadn't come to Little Darlow looking for heritage. She'd come looking for quiet, for escape, for a place where nobody knew her history and she could make toast in peace. Somehow she'd ended up on the flower rota, learning family recipes, attending planning meetings about Christmas fairs. The village had absorbed her without asking permission, and she'd let it happen without quite noticing. She wasn't sure yet if that was good or terrifying, possibly both. Mr. Pritchard arrived at 2 exactly, walking stick in one hand, a shopping bag in the other. Rain darkened his shoulders despite the umbrella, and he moved with the careful deliberation of someone whose joints were making complaints. Bought extra lemons, he said, setting the bag on the counter. Mary always said you couldn't have too many lemons. Something about the acidity balancing the sweetness. He paused, looking around the kitchen. You've set up properly. Good. Nothing worse than starting and realizing you've forgotten the muslin. I've got muslin. Iris pointed to the cloth squares she'd laid out, and a jam thermometer, and approximately 17 jars, which is probably too many. Never too many. Marmalade makes good gifts. People remember who gave them homemade things. He settled into his usual chair, then seemed to think better of it, and stood again. Right then, first things first. What followed was less a recipe and more a ritual. Mr. Pritchard moved around her kitchen with surprising confidence, explaining each step in the kind of detail that suggested he'd done this dozens of times, alone, since Mary had gone. Cut the oranges in half first. No, smaller than that. Mary always said the size of the pieces determined the texture of the final product. He demonstrated with a knife that looked older than Iris's cottage. You want strips, not chunks. Strips catch the light better in the jar. Iris cut strips. Her first attempts were uneven, wobbly things that bore no resemblance to Mr. Pritchard's neat examples. But he didn't criticize, just adjusted her angle and carried on. The pips go in the muslin, every single one. Miss a pip and you'll regret it. They make the whole batch bitter. He gathered the seeds with the patience of someone used to tedious tasks. Mary used to say the pips were the test. Anyone can cut fruit. Only the dedicated manage the pips. They worked side by side, the kitchen filling with the sharp, bright smell of citrus. Rain continued its performance against the windows. Moss appeared, investigated the proceedings, decided oranges were beneath his dignity, and retreated to his spot by the radiator. "The secret," Mr. Pritchard said, adding the fruit to the pot, "is patience. Everyone wants to rush it. Boil it fast, get it done. But marmalade needs time. Low heat, gentle bubbling. Let the flavors know each other." He measured water with the precision of a chemist, added it to the pot, adjusted the heat. The mixture began its slow transformation, steam rising, the kitchen growing warm and fragrant. "Mary and I used to do this every January," he said, settling back at the table while Iris stirred. "Whole weekend, just the two of us. She'd put the radio on, some drama or other, and we'd listen while we worked. Didn't matter what the story was. It was the being there together that counted." Iris kept stirring, not trusting herself to respond. The intimacy of the memory, two people in a kitchen, making something that would outlast the moment, sat heavy in the warm air. "She'd have liked you," Mr. Pritchard continued. "Mary. She always said the village needed new blood, people who'd choose to be here, not just people who'd never left. I'm not sure I chose it exactly, more like stumbled into it. Same thing sometimes." He watched her stir, nodded approvingly at her technique. "The village chooses too, you know. It's not one-sided. You chose to stay, but it also chose to keep you." The marmalade bubbled gently. Outside, a car passed on the wet road, headlights briefly illuminating the window before disappearing. Inside, the kitchen held them. Two people continuing a recipe that had been made here before, would be made here again. "The sugar goes in now," Mr. Pritchard said, standing with effort. "Warming it first helps it dissolve. Mary had a whole theory about crystallization." He smiled at something. "I never understood the theory, just did what she told me." They added the sugar in stages, stirring between each addition. The mixture transformed, deepening in color, beginning to look like something that might actually be marmalade rather than just cooked fruit. "Now we wait," Mr. Pritchard said. "Check the set every 15 minutes. The plate test, you know it. Cold plate from the freezer. Drop of marmalade. If it wrinkles when you push it, it's ready." "Mary taught you already?" "Mrs. Halloway's recipe cards. She left notes about testing the set." Mr. Pritchard's expression did something complicated. Affection and old rivalry and grief all tangled together. "Of course she did. Eleanor always was thorough." They sat at the table while the marmalade worked toward setting point, drinking tea that Iris made without thinking, the ritual as automatic as breathing. The conversation drifted, village gossip, the upcoming harvest festival, whether the Hendersons' pond would ever be finished. "Tom's roof is still leaking," Iris said, not quite a complaint. "I know. I've told him. Margaret's told him. Even Mrs. Patterson mentioned it, which takes some doing." Mr. Pritchard shook his head. "He's got this thing about fixing his own problems. Thinks asking for help is admitting defeat." He said something similar, about his dad too. "John would have had that roof sorted in an afternoon. Tom knows it. Compares himself constantly, even though John would have told him that's nonsense." Mr. Pritchard sipped his tea. "Grief does strange things. Makes you try to be someone you're not sometimes." The kitchen timer went off. 15 minutes, time to test. Iris retrieved the cold plate from the freezer, dropped a small amount of marmalade onto its surface, pushed it with her finger. Nothing. Still too liquid. "Longer," Mr. Pritchard said. "Don't worry, it takes what it takes." They tested again at 30 minutes, then 45. The third time, finally, the marmalade wrinkled when Iris pushed it, a small, satisfying crease that meant the pectin had done its work. "There," Mr. Pritchard said, with the satisfaction of someone witnessing a small miracle. "Now we jar it." The jarring was its own ritual: sterilized glass, careful pouring, the particular hiss of lids going on while the marmalade was still hot enough to seal properly. Iris filled 8 jars, each one glowing amber in the late afternoon light. The kitchen smelled of sunshine, or what she imagined sunshine would smell like if you could capture it in October oranges. "Well done," Mr. Pritchard said, surveying the results. "Mary would approve." "Better than Mrs. Holloway's?" "I'm not qualified to judge." But his smile suggested otherwise. After he left, taking a jar with him, refusing to accept it as a gift because he taught her so, it was only fair. Iris stood in the kitchen with her marmalade. 7 jars cooling on the counter, labels waiting to be written, the whole afternoon condensed into glass and sugar and fruit. She'd made something, not just assembled or reheated, but actually made, with her hands and time and attention. The satisfaction of it was unexpected, physical, a warmth in her chest that had nothing to do with the steam from the pot. Her phone buzzed. "Tom, how did it go?" She took a photo of the jars, their golden contents catching the overhead light, sent it without caption. "That looks professional, actually good." Mr. Pritchard supervised. "I just stirred." "Still, you made something. That's not nothing." She smiled at the phone. "How's the pond?" "Mrs. Henderson has changed the shape 3 times. I've stopped arguing. Just do what she says and hope for the best." Wise. Learned from the fence situation. Client knows best, even when client is clearly wrong. Evening came gently, the rain fading to drizzle and then stopping altogether. Iris made toast, proper toast, with the last of the old marmalade, because you couldn't open new jars before they'd properly set, and ate it standing at the window, watching the fairy lights come on with the timer. The fence stood straight in the darkening garden. The pansies by the door had survived their first week, purple and yellow splashes against the gray. Small things, ordinary things, but they added up to something that felt like home. Thursday brought proper autumn, cold and bright, the sky scrubbed clean by yesterday's rain. Iris woke early, restless with something she couldn't name, and found herself walking the village before the shops had properly opened. Little Darlow looked different in early morning light, sharper somehow, more itself. Frost lingered in shadows, and her breath made small clouds that disappeared almost as soon as they formed. A dog walker nodded hello. The postman's van hummed past on its rounds. The bakery exhaled warmth and the smell of fresh bread as she passed. She ended up at the allotments without quite meaning to. The path Tom had shown her led past the church and through a kissing gate, then opened onto rows of plots in various states of autumn neglect. Most were brown now, cleared for winter, but a few still held the ghosts of summer vegetables, bean canes standing empty, courgette plants blackening at the edges. Mr. Pritchard's plot was easy to spot. Even in November, it had the precision of military planning, rows exactly parallel, edges crisp, tools stored in a small shed that looked newly painted. The plot beside it was scruffier, but clearly loved, with a homemade cold frame and a pile of compost that suggested ongoing work. Tom's plot She recognized the wheelbarrow from her fence repair, propped against the shed. Early for visitors. She turned. Tom stood at the gate, wearing work clothes and carrying a flask. He looked unsurprised to see her, as if people regularly turned up at allotments at 7 in the morning for no particular reason. Couldn't sleep, she said, which was almost true. Know the feeling. He gestured toward his plot. Tea? I've got the good stuff. Lorna's daughter made it. She's going through a loose leaf phase. They sat on upturned buckets outside his shed, drinking tea that was genuinely excellent and watching the morning sharpen around them. The plot smelled of earth and the particular decay of autumn. Not unpleasant, just honest about what season it was. I used to come here with Dad, Tom said, nodding at the plot next door. Before it was Mr. Pritchard's. Someone else had it then, grew nothing but onions, massive things, won prizes. He smiled at the memory. Dad would bring me on Saturday mornings while Mum slept in. We'd help whoever needed helping, which mostly meant I'd run around making a nuisance of myself while he actually worked. You miss him? Every day. Less sharply now, but still. He turned his flask in his hands. Mum says I should talk about him more. That keeping him locked up doesn't help anyone, but it's hard sometimes. He was such a big presence. Fills up the room, even in memory. Iris thought about her own father, who'd been such a small presence that his leaving had barely made a ripple. Different losses, she supposed, different silences. Mr. Pritchard taught me Mary's marmalade recipe yesterday, she said, not sure why she was mentioning it. I heard. Village Telegraph. Also, Mum texted. Mr. Pritchard apparently called her to say you were a natural. Tom grinned. High praise from Arthur. He doesn't give compliments easily. It was mostly him doing things while I watched. That's how you learn. Watching, then doing wrong, then doing better. He gestured at his plot. Took me 3 years to get tomatoes right. First year, blight. Second year, birds. Third year, finally, actual tomatoes that I could eat without crying. And now I overplant and have to give half of them away. Progress. He finished his tea, stood, stretched in a way that suggested his back was complaining. I should work. The Henderson's pond won't dig itself, much as I wish it would. What about your plot? Winter prep, digging over, mulching, can wait until the weekend. He hesitated. Unless you wanted to help? Saturday, maybe? I could show you the basics, if you're still thinking about Mrs. Henley's plot. The allotment. She'd nearly forgotten his suggestion weeks ago about the plot that had come free. I don't know anything about growing things. That's the point of learning. He shrugged. Just an offer. No pressure. But there was something in his voice. Hope, maybe, or just the pleasure of sharing something he cared about. Iris thought about Saturday mornings, about learning by watching, about the slow accumulation of knowledge that turned into competence. Saturday, she said. What time? His smile was the quick, genuine one she'd started watching for. 9. I'll bring coffee. You bring gloves. The good kind. My brambles have opinions about hands. They walked back toward the village together, parting at the church where Tom headed toward the Hendersons, and Iris continued home. The morning had warmed slightly, frost retreating, the world deciding to be kinder than it had first appeared. At Elder Cottage, Moss sat in the window looking judgmental about her early morning expedition. She fed him, made more tea, sat at the kitchen table looking at her marmalade jars, 7 of them, glowing in the morning light, one for the harvest festival, the others, what? Gifts, Mr. Pritchard had said. People remember who gave them homemade things. She wrote labels in her best handwriting. Seville orange marmalade, November. Added the year, because apparently that's what you did. Stuck them on carefully, positioned so they faced forward. Then she wrapped 2 jars in tissue paper, put them in a bag, and walked out before she could overthink it. Mrs. Henderson was in her front garden when Iris passed, attacking something with secateurs. "Iris, lovely to see you. How are the flowers coming?" "I haven't started yet. Still working out what to do. Mrs. Dawkins has all the vases at her house. She'll show you everything. Just knock. She's always in." Iris nodded, made her escape, continued to her actual destination. Rose's house was on Back Lane, number 4, as promised, with a front garden that was indeed a disaster, but in an optimistic way. Too much planted, not enough time. The evidence of someone who meant well and would get to it eventually. Rose answered the door, looking surprised and slightly frazzled. "Iris, sorry, I was just... The school called. Some kind of incident with dinosaurs. Hold on." She disappeared briefly, returned without the phone she'd been holding. "Sorry, Emily's class is doing a project, and apparently there's a dispute about whether T-Rex had feathers. I don't even know why they're calling me about it. I brought marmalade." Iris held out the wrapped jar. "You gave me chutney. This seemed fair." "You made marmalade?" Rose took the jar with the reverence of someone being handed something precious. "Actual marmalade? Mr. Pritchard taught me. Mary's recipe." "Mary Pritchard's recipe?" Rose shook her head slowly. "I've been trying to get that recipe for years. He always says he'll teach me sometime, which means never." She peeled back the tissue paper, held the jar up to the light. "It's beautiful. Look at that color." "I don't know if it's actually good yet. Haven't tasted it." "Want to find out?" Rose was already heading inside. "I've got toast and coffee and about 20 minutes before I have to pick up Emily from the dinosaur negotiations." Rose's kitchen was the opposite of Iris's. Chaotic, colorful, covered in children's artwork and sticky notes, and a calendar so full of appointments it looked like abstract art. But it was warm, and the coffee was good. And when they opened the marmalade jar, the smell of oranges filled the room like captured sunshine. "Oh," Rose said after the first bite. "Oh, that's really good. Iris, this is really good." "Is it? Try it." Iris tried it. The marmalade was sharp and sweet, and somehow exactly what marmalade should taste like. Oranges and bitterness and the particular magic of sugar transformed by heat. Not too much, not too little. Something she'd made with her own hands. "I did that," she said, slightly amazed. "You did that," Rose grinned, reaching for more toast. Mrs. Halloway would be proud, and probably also jealous, which is the best kind of proud in village terms. They finished the toast, talked about nothing important. Rose's job, Emily's dinosaur obsession, the upcoming harvest festival, and whether anyone had actually ever enjoyed the dancing. "Tom's taking you, I assume?" Rose asked. "We haven't discussed it, formally." "This is Little Darlow. Nothing needs to be formal. If you're together, you go together. That's how it works." She checked the time, winced. "I need to rescue my daughter from the Jurassic period." But this was nice. Really nice. Can we do this again? I'd like that. Outside, the morning had turned itself into proper day. Sunny, almost warm, the kind of November weather that felt like a gift. Iris walked home slowly, thinking about marmalade and dinosaurs and the way connections formed in places like this. Not all at once, not dramatically, just through toast and tea and showing up when you'd said you would. The second jar of marmalade went to Mr. Pritchard that afternoon. She knocked on his door, the first time she'd actually been to his house rather than having him come to hers, and found herself in a hallway lined with photographs. Wedding photos, holiday snaps, what looked like every Christmas for 40 years. Mary was in most of them, a slight woman with sharp eyes and the kind of smile that suggested she knew something you didn't. She was a terrible photographer, Mr. Pritchard said, noticing Iris looking. Never could hold the camera straight, but she insisted on documenting everything. Said memories fade, but photos last. He accepted the marmalade with something like ceremony. You didn't have to. I wanted to. You taught me. This seemed right. He turned the jar in his hands, reading her careful label. Seville orange marmalade, November. Something moved across his face. Memory or grief, or just the particular sadness of continuing recipes that someone else had started. Thank you, he said. This means more than you know. They had tea in his kitchen, which was smaller than hers and painfully tidy. The tidiness of someone who cleaned because it was something to do, not because anything was actually dirty. On the windowsill, a row of framed photos. Mary again, at various ages, and in the corner, what looked like a recipe box, worn at the edges. Her notes, Mr. Pritchard said, following her gaze. Everything she ever made. I keep meaning to organize them properly, but then I'd have to go through them all and... He stopped. Anyway, they're there. After she left, Iris thought about recipe boxes and photographs and the things people kept, because getting rid of them would mean admitting something was really over. Her own cottage held similar ghosts. Mrs. Halloway's recipes, the previous owner's furniture, a life that had continued elsewhere but left its traces behind. Maybe that was what villages were for, keeping traces, holding space for people who'd been here, making room for people who'd come next. A recipe taught was a recipe continued. A jar of marmalade was a conversation that hadn't ended. Friday passed quietly. Iris caught up on things that had been waiting. Emails, bills, a phone call to Sarah that lasted an hour and covered everything from marmalade to Tom to the existential implications of being on a flower rota. You sound settled, Sarah said. Like properly settled, not just hiding settled. Is there a difference? Hiding settled is when you're in a place, but not of it. Properly settled is when you start caring about things like harvest festivals and whose marmalade recipe is better. Iris thought about that, about whether caring about small things was a sign of shrinking or expanding, whether a life could be big enough when it was contained in one village, one kitchen, one set of rituals, repeated until they became home. I think I might be properly settled, she said. Good. About time. Sarah paused. Bring me some of that marmalade when you visit. I want to see what all the fuss is about. Tom called that evening, voice rough with tiredness. Pond's done. Finally, Mrs. Henderson is cautiously satisfied, which is basically a standing ovation in Henderson terms. Congratulations. I'll take it. Tomorrow still work? For the allotment? 9 o'clock. Gloves. Coffee from your end. Coffee secured. Mum's supplying, which means it'll be industrial strength. He yawned audibly. Sorry. Long week. Go to sleep. Planning to. Just wanted to hear your voice first. A pause. That's a weird thing to say, isn't it? Bit weird, but good weird. Story of my life. Another yawn. Night, Iris. Night. Saturday arrived sharp and cold. Frost thick on the grass when Iris looked out at 6. She dressed for outdoor work. Old jeans, layers, the coat that had seen better decades, and ate breakfast watching the sun come up pink and gold over the village rooftops. Tom was already at the allotment when she arrived, wrestling with something that looked like a medieval torture device, but was apparently called a broadfork. For aerating, he explained, demonstrating a technique that involved body weight and leverage. Loosens the soil without breaking it up too much. The worms appreciate it. The worms have opinions? The worms have very strong opinions. They're basically the management around here. He handed her a smaller fork. Start at the end. Push down, rock back, move along. Don't rush it. The work was harder than it looked, and it looked hard, but there was something satisfying about it. The rhythm, the physical effort, the sense of doing something useful, even if you couldn't see the results yet. The soil was cold and dark and smelled of things growing or waiting to grow. They worked mostly in silence, broken occasionally by instructions or observations about the plot. Tom pointed out where the potatoes had been, where the beans would go in spring, the corner that caught the most sun and was therefore reserved for tomatoes. It's like a map, Iris said, seeing the logic of it. Different zones for different things. Exactly. Some plants like each other, some don't. Tomatoes hate fennel. Carrots and onions are best friends. It's all relationships, really. Mr. Pritchard arrived around 10, moving slowly but purposefully toward his own plot. He waved but didn't come over, understanding perhaps that some lessons needed to happen without commentary. He's been here every Saturday for 40 years, Tom said, watching him go. Even when Mary was ill, even after she died. Says the routine keeps him going. What does he grow? Everything, in perfect rows. His leeks are legendary. Tom leaned on his fork. He taught me most of what I know, actually. When I came back from London and didn't know what to do with myself, he'd set me tasks. Always something to do, always something to learn. Never made it feel like charity. They worked through the morning, stopping for coffee and the sandwiches Tom had brought. Sitting on the bench outside his shed, looking out over plots in various states of readiness, Iris felt something loosen in her chest. I'd like to try it, she said. The allotment. Mrs. Henley's plot, if it's still available. Tom's smile was slow and genuine. I'll talk to the committee, though honestly, they'll be thrilled. New blood, willing to actually work. You're basically their dream candidate. I don't know anything. You know how to hold a fork. You know how to show up. Everything else can be learned. He finished his coffee. Plus, you'd be 3 plots down from me. I could supervise. Keep an eye on my technique. Exactly. Quality control. His hand found hers, dirt under both their fingernails, and for a moment, they just sat there. 2 people who'd found their way to the same place through different paths. The harvest festival's next week, Tom said eventually. I should probably ask properly. Will you go with me? Officially? Officially? As in, I'm asking you to be my date to the terrible food and endless speeches, and possibly the dancing after if we survive." Iris considered. The village would notice. The village would talk. But the village was already noticing, already talking, and she found she didn't mind as much as she'd expected to. "Yes," she said. "Officially." "Good." He squeezed her hand. "Now let's finish this bed before the rain comes." The rain held off until they were done. The plot turned and mulched and ready for winter, looking naked, but somehow hopeful. Tom walked her home through streets that were filling with weekend activity, nodding at people he knew, introducing her to people she didn't. "This is Iris," he'd say. And they'd nod like they already knew, because of course they did. The village telegraph had done its work weeks ago. At her gate, they stopped. The pansies looked cheerful in their pots. The fence stood straight. The fairy lights were off, saving themselves for evening. "Thanks," Iris said, "for the lesson, for everything." "Thanks for the company." He kissed her, quick and public and deliberate. "See you at the festival. Wear something warm. The hall's always freezing until enough people are dancing." After he left, she stood in her garden for a moment, looking at the cottage that had become home, the windows that squeaked, the porch where umbrellas waited, the kitchen where tea and toast and marmalade happened every day. She'd come here for quiet. She'd found something else entirely, not louder, exactly, but fuller. A life made up of small things that added up to something larger. Fence posts and recipe cards and Saturday mornings digging soil. People who checked on each other, who taught what they knew, who noticed when someone wasn't quite right. Inside, Moss sat on the windowsill, waiting. The kettle would need filling. The evening toast would need making. The rituals would continue, as they always did. But first, she stood in the cold November afternoon and let herself feel what she was feeling. Gratitude, maybe, or belonging, or just the simple, complicated pleasure of being exactly where you meant to be. The fairy lights clicked on, the timer doing its job, and the garden glowed golden against the darkening sky. Iris smiled and went inside and put the kettle on. Sunday was quiet in the way Sunday should be. Iris slept late, made elaborate breakfast, read a book she'd been meaning to finish for months. The Harvest Festival loomed on the horizon next Saturday, but today was for nothing, for being still, for letting the week settle. Mr. Pritchard didn't come by, which was unusual. She texted to check he was all right, got back a response that took an hour. "Fine, just resting. See you at the festival." The just resting worried her slightly. Mr. Pritchard didn't rest. Mr. Pritchard walked and visited and tended his allotment with the dedication of someone who'd made a pact with time to keep moving as long as possible. But perhaps everyone needed a Sunday sometimes, a day to be still, to let things settle. She made marmalade toast, her own marmalade now, a small thrill every time she opened the jar, and ate it standing at the window, watching the village move through its Sunday routine. Church bells at 11, a brief flurry of well-dressed residents heading up the hill, then quiet again. Someone walked a dog. Someone else pushed a pram, the ordinary liturgy of a day off. Tom texted around 2. "Roof's leaking again. Different corner. The house is trolling me. You need to call someone." "I know, after the festival. That's what you always say. This time I mean it, properly. There's a guy in Greater Darlow does roofing. I've got his number. Going to call Monday. Progress. Small progress, but progress. Sometimes that's all you could ask for. The week unfolded in its usual rhythms. Monday brought rain and the start of flower planning. Iris spent an hour with Mrs. Dawkins, learning the locations of vases and the politics of altar arrangements. Apparently there was a hierarchy to church flowers that she hadn't known existed. Tuesday was the final planning meeting for the Christmas fair. Mrs. Henderson had 12 new agenda items. Iris volunteered for nothing else, having learned her lesson about "I'll think about it." Wednesday she baked. Scones again, practicing because the fair would need them, and she wanted to get better. The third batch was actually good. She took some to Mr. Pritchard, who was moving more carefully than usual, but insisted he was fine. "Just the weather," he said. "These old bones know when rain's coming." Thursday was quiet. Iris spent it in the cottage, doing things that needed doing, and some things that didn't. The marmalade jars lined the cupboard shelf, glowing when she opened the door. 6 remaining, after the ones she'd given away. 1 for the festival, 5 for whatever came next. She thought about the festival, about dancing, which she wasn't good at, about Tom, who was taking her officially, about being seen together in public, witnessed and known, no longer just the newcomer at Elder Cottage, but someone with attachments, entanglements, belonging. It was terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. Friday, Iris spent cleaning things that didn't need cleaning, arranging things that didn't need arranging. Nervous energy, nowhere to go. She made bread, actual bread, from scratch, because she had hours to kill and the cottage needed filling with the smell of something baking. The bread was terrible, dense as a brick, underbaked in the middle. She threw it out and made toast from the shop loaf instead, standing at the window while the evening drew in. Tomorrow was the harvest festival. Tomorrow she'd take her marmalade and stand in the village hall and be part of something she'd never expected to be part of. Tomorrow Tom would be there, and Mr. Pritchard, and Lorna, and Rose. People she knew. People who knew her. A community that had absorbed her without asking permission. Moss appeared, wound around her ankles, demanded his evening attention. She picked him up. He tolerated this for approximately 30 seconds before insisting on the floor, and looked out at the fence, the fairy lights, the garden that was becoming hers. 1 year ago, she told him, I'd never heard of Little Darlow. He blinked, unimpressed by the passage of time. Now I'm on the flower rota. Still unimpressed. And I made marmalade. This seemed to meet some minimum threshold of interest. He allowed his ears to be scratched before stalking off toward his bowl, where the real priorities lived. Iris smiled and finished her toast, and went to bed early because tomorrow was coming whether she was ready or not. Saturday arrived with the kind of crispness that felt deliberate, autumn putting on its best face for the festival. Iris woke to blue sky and weak sunshine, the first properly beautiful day in weeks. She dressed carefully, not formally. Nobody dressed formally for the harvest festival, according to Lorna's detailed instructions, but nicely, the green dress from the Italian dinner, with a cardigan because the hall would be cold, comfortable shoes because there might be dancing. Might be. The marmalade jar sat on the counter, label facing forward. She'd written Mary Pritchard's recipe underneath the date, because it seemed important to acknowledge where things came from. Tom arrived at 2, wearing a shirt she hadn't seen before, and looking slightly self-conscious about it. "Mum's orders," he said. "No work clothes for festivals." She checked. "You look nice." "You look nicer." He kissed her, less quick than the allotment kiss, more certain. "Ready?" "Not remotely." "Perfect. Let's go." The village hall was already filling when they arrived. Tables had been set up along the walls, groaning with food. Cakes, pies, jars of preserves, baskets of vegetables. Someone had decorated with corn stalks and autumn leaves, turning the drafty space into something almost festive. Iris found the preserves table and set her marmalade among the other jars. It looked small there, one jar among dozens, but the woman manning the table, someone she didn't recognize, picked it up immediately. "Mary Pritchard's recipe," she read aloud. "You must be Iris. Arthur told everyone you'd be bringing this." "He did?" "Said it was the best he'd tasted since Mary made it herself." The woman smiled. "That's high praise around here." Iris found Mr. Pritchard near the front of the hall, seated with a cup of tea and a plate of something that looked like cake. He was talking to an older woman she didn't recognize, but looked up when she approached. "You came," he said, as if there'd been any doubt. "Brought the marmalade." "I know. Everyone knows." He gestured to the seat beside him. "This is Margaret, my neighbor, the one who can't make biscuits." "I can make biscuits," Margaret said. "I just don't." She looked at Iris with the frank assessment of someone who'd been waiting to make her own judgment. "So you're the one teaching Arthur how to share recipes?" "Other way around, really." "That's what he says, too. Must be true, then." Margaret smiled, the assessment apparently complete. "I've heard a lot about you. The fence, the toast, Tom." She said Tom's name with particular emphasis. "Nice to finally meet you." Tom appeared with drinks, cider for Iris, something non-alcoholic for himself because he was driving later. He greeted Margaret with the ease of someone who'd known her his whole life, asked after her garden, received a detailed report on late-season roses. The speeches started around 3. The vicar spoke about gratitude. Mrs. Henderson spoke about community spirit. Someone from the parish council spoke about something Iris immediately forgot because Mr. Pritchard was making quiet, devastating commentary under his breath. "He says this every year," Mr. Pritchard muttered during a particularly lengthy section about charitable giving. "Word for word. I've timed it. 7 minutes. Never varies." "Shh," Margaret said, but she was smiling. After the speeches, food. Iris filled a plate with things that looked homemade. Quiche, something called Vicar's Wife's Salad, a slice of cake that turned out to be excellent. She ate standing with Tom and Rose, who'd arrived with Emily in tow, the girl immediately disappearing toward a table of other children. "She's found her people," Rose said. "Dinosaur enthusiasts, all of them. They'll be planning excavations by the end of the day." The food was cleared. Tables were pushed to the walls. Someone produced a fiddle. Someone else had a squeeze box. The dancing began. "Strip the willow," Tom said, grabbing her hand. "Easy. Just follow what everyone else does." "I don't know." But she was already being pulled into a line, opposite Tom, people arranging themselves with the efficiency of those who'd done this 100 times. The music started, and suddenly she was moving, spinning, ducking under arms, passing through gaps that appeared and disappeared, and somehow not falling over. "See?" Tom called across the line. "Natural." She wasn't a natural. She was barely competent, but it didn't matter. Everyone was laughing, missing steps, making it up as they went. Mr. Pritchard watched from his chair, foot-tapping. Rose was spinning Emily in circles off to the side. Margaret had been claimed by someone's husband for something more sedate. This, Iris thought, this is what they meant by community. Not meetings and rotas and planning committees, though yes, those too, but this, music and movement and people making fools of themselves together, choosing to belong. The dance ended. She was breathless, slightly sweaty, definitely disheveled. Tom looked much the same, grinning at her like they'd accomplished something. Another? He asked. Water first, then maybe. They found drinks, found seats, watched the next dance from the safety of the sidelines. Outside the windows, evening was coming, the light turning gold and gentle. Thank you, Iris said, not sure what exactly she was thanking him for. Everything, maybe. The fence and the allotment, and the way he'd walked into her kitchen and not left. For what? This, all of it. She gestured at the hall, the dancers, the tables of food. I wouldn't have come without you, wouldn't have known how. You'd have figured it out. He took her hand, not caring who saw. But I'm glad I could help. The festival wound down around 7. People collected dishes and children and elderly relatives. The hall emptied slowly, with the lingering goodbyes of those who didn't want the evening to end. Mr. Pritchard left early, claiming tiredness, accepting a lift from Margaret despite insisting he could walk. Good festival, he said to Iris as he left. Best marmalade table in years. It was only 1 jar. Quality over quantity. He patted her arm. You're part of us now, whether you like it or not. Tom drove her home through streets that were dark and quiet, the village settling back into ordinary Saturday night mode. At Elder Cottage, he walked her to the door, both of them tired but content. Next year, he said, we should enter the vegetable competition. Your allotment should produce something by then. Assuming I don't kill everything. Even if you kill everything, failure is traditional. Mrs. Henderson once entered a cabbage that had been entirely consumed by slugs. She still got 3rd place. Iris laughed and kissed him and went inside to a cottage that felt warmer than usual. Moss greeted her with the usual complaints about absence, then settled on her lap when she sat in her chair by the lamp. Through the window, the fairy lights glowed on the fence. The village was quiet now, resting after the festival. Tomorrow there'd be clean-up and leftover cake, and probably Mrs. Henderson organizing something else. But tonight, just this. A cat purring, a cottage holding its warmth, the memory of dancing badly and not caring, a jar of marmalade given away, becoming part of something larger than herself. Part of us now, Mr. Pritchard had said, whether you like it or not. She thought about that, whether she liked it. She did, actually. She really did. The cottage creaked around her, settling. Moss's purring deepened into sleep. Outside, the village held its breath between Saturday and Sunday, waiting to do it all again. Iris closed her eyes and let herself be held, and found, not for the first time, but maybe more certainly than before, that she was home. Monday arrived with the kind of pale, watery light that made everything look slightly unfinished. Iris woke early, the harvest festival still humming in her muscles, a pleasant ache from dancing badly, from standing too long, from being part of something larger than her own kitchen. Moss sat on the end of the bed, watching her with the patience of a cat who had been waiting for signs of life and was now prepared to discuss breakfast at length. "I'm getting up," she told him. "Give me a minute." He blinked once, slowly, which she chose to interpret as agreement rather than skepticism. The cottage held Saturday's contentment, like a scent caught in the curtains. The marmalade jars still sat on the counter, 5 remaining, their labels facing forward with the careful handwriting she'd labored over. One had gone to the festival, one to Rose, one to Mr. Pritchard. 3 more given away at the preserves table, pressed into hands by Mrs. Henderson, who had apparently decided that distributing Iris's marmalade was now her personal mission. Mary's recipe, Mrs. Henderson had announced to anyone within earshot. Mr. Pritchard taught her himself. Can you imagine? Iris had wanted to disappear into the floorboards. Instead, she'd smiled and accepted compliments, and watched her marmalade scatter across the village like small golden seeds. Now, making tea in the quiet Monday kitchen, she thought about seeds, about the allotment plot that Tom had promised to help her claim, about things planted and things that might, with time and attention, actually grow. Her phone buzzed. Tom. Called the roofer. She stared at the message, read it twice, typed back, "You actually called?" Said I would. Monday. It's Monday. I'm impressed. Don't be. He can't come until Thursday. Something about a church in Greater Darlow that's been waiting longer. But he's coming. That's still progress. Progress is his word for, you've left this too long, and now it's going to cost twice what it should. Very cheerful man. Iris smiled at her phone, aware that she was smiling at her phone like someone in a romantic comedy, equally aware that she didn't particularly care. The kettle clicked off. She made her tea, carried it to the table, sat looking out at the garden. The fence stood straight in the morning light. The pansies had survived another week. Small things, ordinary things, but they added up. Another message. Mum wants to know if you're free for tea. Today, if you're not busy. She's been asking since the festival. Iris's stomach did something complicated. Meeting Tom's mother, officially, in her house, drinking her tea, being assessed by someone who had raised him and watched him grow and knew all the things about him that Iris was still learning. What time? She typed before she could talk herself out of it. 3. I'll be there too. Moral support. You need moral support for tea with your own mother? You've never had tea with my mother. 3 o'clock. Wear something nice. She notices shoes. She looked down at her feet, currently bare and cold against the kitchen tiles. Shoes. Right, this was happening. The morning passed in the particular way mornings did when you were waiting for something that felt bigger than it probably was. Iris cleaned things that didn't need cleaning, changed her outfit twice, attempted to read a book and failed entirely. At 11 she gave up and walked to the post office, partly for stamps she didn't need, mostly for human contact that wasn't her own anxious reflection. Lorna was behind the counter, sorting parcels with the efficient movements of someone who'd been sorting parcels for decades. She looked up when Iris entered, and her face did something knowing. Heard about the festival, Lorna said. The dancing, the marmalade, She made a vague gesture that seemed to encompass the entirety of Iris's romantic life. News travels. News sprints around here, does a victory lap. Lorna leaned on the counter. So, you're official now. Tom Avery's girl. I'm not sure I'm anyone's girl. I'm 43. Figure of speech, you know what I mean. Lorna's eyes were kind. He looked happy at the festival. I've known Tom since he was in nappies, and I haven't seen him look like that in years. Iris didn't know what to say to that. She bought her unnecessary stamps, escaped into the bright cold morning, and walked home thinking about happiness and how it showed on people's faces. Mr. Pritchard was at her gate when she arrived, moving more slowly than usual, his walking stick doing more work than it typically did. "Morning," he said, walking by. "Would you like to come in? I was about to make tea." He hesitated, and she saw something in his face. Tiredness, maybe, or something deeper. Just for a bit. These old legs need a rest. In the kitchen, she noticed things she hadn't noticed at the festival. The way he lowered himself into the chair with extra care. The slight tremor in his hands when he reached for his cup. The pause before speaking, as if he needed to gather energy for words. The festival was lovely, Iris said, because silence felt wrong. It was. Best turnout in years. He sipped his tea, the cup rattling slightly against the saucer when he set it down. Mary would have been pleased about the marmalade, you carrying on her recipe. "Are you all right?" The question came out before she could stop it. "You seem, I don't know, tired." Mr. Pritchard looked at her, and for a moment she saw past the careful composure to something more vulnerable. "Just the season. November gets into the bones." He paused. "The doctor's been at me. Wants more tests. Says my heart's making noises he doesn't like." "Your heart?" "Nothing dramatic. Just old, apparently. Hearts get old like everything else." He attempted a smile that didn't quite work. "Don't fuss. I'm telling you because you asked, not because I want fussing." But Iris was already fussing, in her head at least. Mr. Pritchard, who walked every evening, who tended his allotment with military precision, who had become part of her cottage's rhythm as surely as the kettle and the toast. The thought of something being wrong with him felt like a crack in something she'd assumed was solid. "When are the tests?" "Next week, Wednesday. They'll poke and prod and tell me to take pills I'm already taking." He shrugged, but the gesture cost him something. "I'm telling you because Margaret's making a fuss, and Tom's making a fuss, and if you're going to be part of things, you might as well know." Part of things. There it was again, the village's way of claiming you, whether you'd asked to be claimed or not. "Is there anything I can do?" "You're doing it." He gestured at the tea, at the kitchen, at the warmth of the room around them. "You're here. That's enough." They sat in quiet for a while, drinking tea, not needing to fill the silence. Outside, clouds gathered and dispersed, the light shifting through the window. Moss appeared, considered Mr. Pritchard, and chose to settle on his feet. A rare honor. "He's decided you're acceptable," Iris said. High praise from a cat. Mr. Pritchard's hand found Moss's head, scratched gently behind the ears. "Mary always wanted a cat. We never got one. Don't know why, really. Just never happened." "There's still time." "Maybe." He didn't sound convinced. "Anyway, I should go. Things to do. People to reassure that I'm not actively dying." He stood, slowly, carefully. "Thank you, for the tea, for asking." At the door, he paused. "You're meeting Margaret today. Tom's mother." "How did you?" "Village. She's nervous too, if that helps." Wants to make a good impression. He smiled, properly this time. Be yourself. That's all anyone wants, really. Someone who shows up and is themselves. After he left, Iris stood in the kitchen, feeling the weight of everything he'd said. The heart making noises, the tests, the particular loneliness of being old and worried and not wanting people to fuss. She made more tea, even though she didn't really want it. The ritual was the point. Kettle, leaves, the waiting while things steeped, the small actions that added up to something like calm. At 2:30, she changed into the outfit she'd finally decided on. Something nice. Comfortable shoes, because apparently shoes mattered. She looked at herself in the mirror and saw someone who was trying, which would have to be enough. Tom arrived at 2:45, which was early but felt right. Ready? He asked. Absolutely not. Good. Let's go. Margaret's house was 10 minutes' walk away, on a street Iris had passed 100 times without paying attention. A solid Victorian semi, front garden neat but lived in. The kind of garden that had clearly been better cared for, before whoever cared for it had other things on their mind. She's been tidying since 6 this morning, Tom said as they approached. I've been sent 3 texts about biscuit options. Biscuit options? She couldn't decide between digestives and those fancy ones from the good tin. I told her you weren't picky. She didn't believe me. The door opened before they could knock. Margaret must have been watching from the window. She was smaller than Iris had expected, and older, with Tom's eyes but a different quality to them. Something watchful, assessing. Come in, come in. She ushered them through a hallway lined with photographs. Tom at various ages, a man who must have been his father, school pictures and holiday snaps, and what looked like every Christmas for 30 years. I've just put the kettle on. The kitchen was warm and smelled of baking. Real baking, not just heated up something from a packet. A Victoria sponge sat on the counter, looking slightly more ambitious than an ordinary Monday would warrant. Sit, sit. Margaret gestured at the table. Tom, you're making the tea. Iris and I are going to have a proper conversation while you do something useful. Tom caught Iris's eye with a look that said, I warned you, and went to fill the kettle. So, Margaret said, settling across from Iris with the air of someone beginning an interview, you're the one who's made my son whistle. Sorry? Whistling. He doesn't do it. Did it as a boy. Stopped when John died. Hasn't done it in years. Now suddenly he's at it again. She studied Iris with frank interest. I thought it might be the marmalade. But no. Mrs. Henderson says it started before the marmalade. I'm not sure You don't have to be sure. I'm sure. That's enough. Margaret's expression softened slightly. I'm being terrifying. I always do this. Tom tells me not to, and I do it anyway. She does, Tom confirmed from the kettle. Every time. Quiet, you. I'm having a moment with Iris. Margaret leaned forward slightly. I'm going to ask you something, and I'd like an honest answer. What do you actually see in him? Mum, it's a fair question. He lives in a house that leaks. He can't manage invoices, and he spends half his time talking to plants. What's the appeal? Iris looked at Tom, who had gone slightly red and was focusing very hard on the teapot, then back at Margaret, who was watching her with those sharp, assessing eyes. He's kind, Iris said. Not performatively kind, actually kind. The the sort that shows up with a camping stove when the power goes out, the sort that teaches you how to dig soil and doesn't make you feel stupid for not knowing. Margaret's eyebrows rose slightly. Go on. He talks to plants because he cares about them. He can't manage invoices because he'd rather have friends than clients. She stopped, aware that she was saying more than she'd meant to. He makes me feel like I'm allowed to be where I am. Does that make sense? Margaret said nothing for a long moment. Then she smiled. A real smile, warm and unexpected. That makes perfect sense. Tom appeared with the tea, looking relieved that the interrogation appeared to be over. Cake? He asked, already cutting slices like his life depended on it. The conversation softened after that. Margaret talked about the village, about changes she'd seen over decades, about raising Tom alone after John died. She told stories that made Tom groan and hide his face. The time he'd tried to grow sunflowers, and they'd taken over the entire garden. The summer he'd decided to build a treehouse, and nearly put it through the roof instead. He was always trying to fix things, Margaret said. Even as a boy, couldn't see something broken without wanting to mend it. Some things can't be mended, Tom said quietly. No. Margaret's hand found his briefly. But you try anyway. That's what matters. The cake was excellent. The tea was strong. By the end of the hour, Iris felt like she'd passed some kind of test she hadn't known she was taking. At the door, Margaret pressed a paper bag into her hands. Leftover cake. Too much for just me. Thank you. For the tea. For everything. Thank you for making my son whistle. Margaret's eyes were bright. Come back. Often. I mean it. Walking home, Tom held her hand despite the daylight, despite the village watching. She liked you, he said. Did she? She gave you cake. Mum never gives away cake unless she approves. Iris thought about approval, about sharp eyes softening, about being allowed to be where you were. I like her too, she said. She's terrifying, but I like her. That's the general consensus. Tom squeezed her hand. She's been alone too long since Dad. I worry about her sometimes. Not that she'd ever admit to needing worrying about. Maybe she needs a cat. Tom laughed. Proper laughed, the sound bright in the November afternoon. Maybe she does. I'll suggest it. She'll probably throw something at me. At Elder Cottage, they stood at the gate, neither quite ready to separate. The roofer's coming Thursday, Tom said. I should probably be there. Make sure he doesn't declare the whole house uninhabitable. Is that a possibility? With my roof, anything's a possibility. He looked up at the sky, which had clouded over again. It's supposed to rain tomorrow, Wednesday, probably Thursday too. More buckets? Many more buckets. He kissed her goodbye, quick but certain. I'll let you know how it goes. The roof assessment, the likely bankruptcy. I'll bring marmalade. Always practical. He was still smiling as he walked away, and she was still watching, and neither of them seemed to mind. Tuesday brought the promised rain, steady, determined rain that settled in like it intended to stay. Iris spent the morning at the cottage, making soup from vegetables that needed using, thinking about Mr. Pritchard and his heart making noises. She texted him, "How are you feeling?" The response took nearly an hour, Fine, stop fussing. But she couldn't stop fussing. The image of him lowering himself into the chair, the tremor in his hands, the way he'd said just old as if age were a sufficient explanation for everything. Around 2, Rose appeared at the door with Emily in tow. School had closed early, something about heating problems, and Emily had apparently decided that Iris's cottage was the most interesting option for spending a rainy afternoon. I told her we shouldn't just turn up, Rose said, looking apologetic, but she wanted to see the cat. Moss is in his spot by the radiator. He might tolerate company. Emily was already inside, making a beeline for the kitchen with the single-minded focus of a 7-year-old on a mission. Moss observed her approach from his radiator perch, tail twitching with deep suspicion. He doesn't let everyone pet him, Iris warned. I know how to do it. Emily sat on the floor approximately 2 feet from Moss, made herself small, and waited. Patient, deliberate, like she'd studied cat behavior in preparation for this moment. Moss observed this performance for a long minute. Then, with the air of a king granting an audience, he stepped down from his perch and approached Emily's outstretched hand. He's purring, Emily announced, delighted. He's actually purring. That's impressive, Iris said, genuinely surprised. He usually takes weeks to warm up to people. I read about it. Cats like you to be calm and small, and you should let them smell you first. Emily continued her gentle petting while Moss melted into something resembling contentment. He's very soft. Rose and Iris retreated to the kitchen table with tea, leaving Emily and Moss to their unlikely friendship. She's been asking about cats for months, Rose said. I keep telling her we can't have one. Landlord's rules. But she researches them anyway, just in case. She's thorough. Gets it from her father. Only useful thing he passed on. Rose wrapped her hands around her mug. How was Margaret? Tom's mom? Iris blinked. How did you? Please. It's little Darlow. I knew you were going before you probably did. Rose smiled. Was she terrifying? Extremely. But then she gave me cake. The approval cake. That's significant. She only bakes for people she's decided to like. They talked about Margaret, about the festival, about Mr. Pritchard's health. Rose had heard about the tests through the village network and was quietly worried. Emily remained on the floor with Moss, now reading aloud to him from a book about dinosaurs she'd apparently brought in her backpack. He's listening, Emily called. Look, he's really listening. Moss was, in fact, positioned with his ears oriented toward Emily, which might have been listening or might have been coincidence. Either way, Emily was convinced. She reads to everything, Rose explained. Stuffed animals, plants, her breakfast cereal. Does the cereal enjoy it? She claims the Shreddies are very responsive. The afternoon slid past in the gentle way of afternoons spent with easy company. Emily eventually tired of reading and began asking Iris questions about the cottage. Why was there a milk churn by the door? Umbrellas. Why were there fairy lights on the fence? Because they look nice. Did she have any dinosaur books? She did not, but offered to look for some. By 4, the rain had softened to drizzle, and Rose needed to start dinner. This was nice, she said at the door. We should do it again, properly, with actual plans. I'd like that. Emily appeared, looking slightly guilty. I might have let moss sit on my book. There might be cat hair on it now. Cat hair on books is a sign of quality literature, Iris said. It means the cat approved. Emily beamed. Can I come back and see him? Moss, I mean. I'll bring more books, different dinosaurs. Anytime. I think he'd like that. After they left, the cottage felt quieter than usual. Iris sat at the table, watching the rain bead on the windows, thinking about children and cats and the unexpected ways people found their way into your life. Moss appeared, stretched, and claimed her lap with the proprietary air of a cat who had earned significant affection today and expected compensation. You liked her, Iris said. He purred, which was neither confirmation nor denial. She read to you about dinosaurs. That was generous of you. More purring. Iris stroked his fur and let the evening settle around them. Wednesday was Mr. Pritchard's test day. Iris thought about him constantly. In the morning, making toast she barely tasted. At lunch, stirring soup without seeing it. In the afternoon, watching rain and imagining him in some fluorescent-lit medical room, being poked and prodded and told things about his own heart. Tom texted around 3. Arthur's done. Says he's fine. Won't say more. Classic Arthur. She walked to Mr. Pritchard's house without quite deciding to. Just found herself on his street, at his door, knocking before she could talk herself out of it. He answered slowly, looking tired, but not as tired as she'd feared. I said, not to fuss, he said, but he stepped aside to let her in. His kitchen was small and tidy, the same careful orderliness she'd noticed before. On the table, pamphlets from the hospital, medication information, the bureaucratic evidence of being ill in modern Britain. What did they say? What they always say. Take pills, rest, come back in 6 months for more tests. He lowered himself into a chair. It's not dramatic, just management. Managing the thing that's wrong. What thing? Atrial fibrillation. The heart beats irregularly. Common in old people. He shrugged, but the gesture was tired. I'll need to be more careful. Less walking in bad weather. More sitting down when things feel off. Iris thought about his daily walks, his allotment, the way he showed up at her door without fail. The routines that kept him going, that he'd built so carefully since Mary died. I'm sorry. Don't be, I'm 82. Things stop working properly. That's the deal. It's still hard. Yes. He met her eyes and she saw something there. Gratitude, maybe, for being allowed to admit it was hard. It's still hard. She made tea in his kitchen, learning where things were by opening wrong cupboards. He watched without correcting her, which felt like its own kind of trust. Tom's roofer comes tomorrow, she said, bringing cups to the table. About time. That roof's been a disgrace for years. He called someone. That's progress. Progress would be fixing it himself. But he's not John, however much he wants to be. Mr. Pritchard sipped his tea. John would have had it sorted in a weekend. Tom's not built the same way. Good with growing things. Hopeless with maintenance. That's not fair. It's accurate, but there was no unkindness in it. Tom's gifts are different, that's all. John built things. Tom helps them grow. They sat quietly, drinking tea, while the rain continued its patient work on the windows. Iris looked at the pamphlets on the table, the evidence of mortality made mundane. Will you tell me? she asked. If things change, if you need help. I'll tell you. He almost smiled. You and the rest of the village, no secrets around here. Margaret's already offered to drive me to appointments. Lorna's organized a rota for shopping if I need it. Mrs. Henderson. He paused. Mrs. Henderson has strong opinions about nutrition that I'm trying to ignore. That sounds like Mrs. Henderson. She means well, they all do. He set down his cup with the careful precision of someone who knew his hands weren't quite steady. That's the thing about places like this. You can't be ill alone. People won't let you. Iris thought about her first weeks in the cottage, the deliberate isolation, the toast eaten in solitude, the careful distance she'd tried to maintain, how the village had worn that down, one cup of tea at a time. I'll let you rest, she said, standing. You don't have to go. You're tired. I can see it. She touched his shoulder briefly. I'll come back. Tomorrow, maybe. Or the next day. Bring marmalade. I've already given you marmalade. More marmalade. I've decided I like it. Walking home through the rain, Iris felt the weight of everything she'd learned. Hearts making noises, tests and pamphlets and medication schedules, the particular loneliness of aging bodies in small villages, but also rotas for shopping, offers of transport, a community that wouldn't let you be ill alone. At Elder Cottage, she made toast, the evening ritual that had become as essential as breathing, and ate it standing at the window, watching the fairy lights glow against the gray. Tom called around 8. The roofer's coming at 9 tomorrow. He sounded optimistic, which terrifies me. Optimistic about what? Unknown, that's the terrifying part. A pause. I saw you coming out of Arthur's. How is he? Tired, honest, more honest than he usually is. He told you about the diagnosis? He told me enough. Iris sat in her chair, moss materializing to claim her lap. He seems resigned to it, not upset, exactly, just accepting. He's had a lot of practice accepting things, since Mary. Tom's voice was quiet. I worry about him. He's been so steady for so long. It's strange to think of him being fragile. Everyone's fragile. He's just been better at hiding it. Maybe. Another pause. I should go. Early start tomorrow. The roofer demands morning light for his inspection. Apparently my roof is a crime scene that needs proper illumination. Good luck. Thanks. I'll need it. After they hung up, Iris sat in the quiet cottage, stroking Moss's fur, thinking about fragility and acceptance, and the way people built lives from broken pieces. The rain had stopped. Outside, the village was settling into evening, lights appearing in windows, the ordinary rhythm of a Wednesday winding down. Tomorrow the roofer would come. Thursday, with all its possibilities and assessments and potential disasters. But tonight, just this. Tea and toast and a cat purring, the cottage holding its warmth around her, the village holding her, whether she'd asked to be held or not. It was, she decided, enough. Thursday dawned bright and startling. Actual sunshine, thin but determined, finding its way through November clouds. Iris woke to light on her ceiling, disoriented for a moment before remembering what day it was. Roofer Day. She texted Tom, "Good luck with the inspection." The response came immediately. "He's already here." standing on my lawn looking disappointed. Not a good sign. Disappointed about what? Everything, apparently. My life choices, my roof choices, the weather. An hour later, it's worse than he thought. Obviously, it's always worse than they think. How much worse? 2 weeks of work, minimum, possibly 3 if the weather turns. A pause, and a number I'm not going to type because seeing it in writing will make it too real. Iris wanted to be there, to hold his hand through the assessment, to hear the technical details that would mean nothing to her, but everything to him. But she sensed this was something he needed to face alone. The admission of defeat, the acceptance of help. She made tea instead, watched the morning brighten, and waited. At noon, her doorbell rang. Tom stood on the step looking shell-shocked, still wearing his work clothes, a folder of papers clutched in one hand. "Come in," she said. "I'll make tea." "I've had 6 cups of tea already," the roofer insisted. "He uses tea as punctuation." "Then sit down and tell me." He sat at the kitchen table, spreading the papers before him like evidence of a crime. Diagrams, estimates, technical language about joists and felt, and something called thermal efficiency. "The roof is structurally sound," he said slowly, like he was processing it as he spoke. "But the covering is," his exact words, "a disaster waiting to finish happening. The leaks aren't the main problem. The main problem is that the whole thing needs replacing, not patching. Replacing. And that costs more than I have. Less than I thought, actually, but still more than I have." He ran a hand through his hair. "He says I can do it in stages. Start with the worst section, work through the rest over a couple of years. That makes it possible. Just, but not easy." "Nothing's easy." He looked up at her, and she saw something vulnerable in his face. "I should have done this years ago, when the first leak appeared. But I kept thinking I could manage it myself, and then I couldn't, and then it felt too big to admit. You've admitted it now." "Because I had to. Because the bucket stopped being enough." He almost smiled. "You told me. Mr. Pritchard told me. My mother's been telling me for 5 years. I'm not good at asking for help." "Neither am I." Iris sat across from him. "I came to this village trying to hide, bought a cottage with a leaning fence, and ate toast alone every evening, and called it contentment. That sounds familiar." "It should. We're both doing the same thing, just in different ways." She reached across the table, covered his hand with hers. "The difference is you have a village that won't let you struggle alone. Neither will I." He looked at her hand on his, then up at her face. Something shifted behind his eyes. "When does the work start?" "Next week, Monday, if the weather holds." He flipped through the papers. "I'll need to clear the attic, move things." He said it'll be noisy, drilling, hammering, men on the roof, like living in a construction site. "You could stay here, while the worst of it's happening." The words were out before she'd quite decided to say them. Tom's eyebrows rose. "Here?" "There's a spare room. It's full of boxes, but I could clear it." She felt her face heating but pushed through. "You'd be close enough to supervise, but far enough to sleep. And it would. I'd like it. If you were here." He stared at her for a long moment. Then his face broke into that quick, genuine smile she'd started watching for. Are you sure?" "No, but I'm saying it anyway." "Very decisive. I'm learning. She squeezed his hand. Think about it. You don't have to decide now. I don't need to think about it. He turned his hand to hold hers properly. Yes. Thank you. Yes. They sat there, hands linked across the kitchen table, while the November sunshine did its best to warm the room. Outside, the fence stood straight, the pansies bloomed against all reason, and somewhere in the village, a roofer was probably drinking another cup of tea and planning Tom's renovation. I should tell Mum, Tom said eventually. She'll have opinions about this. Naturally. Opinions about propriety, about what the village will say, about... He stopped, looking suddenly nervous. Is this moving too fast? Iris considered. It probably was. They'd been together, officially, for barely a few weeks. Normal people didn't offer spare rooms after a few weeks. But normal people didn't find recipe tins in kitchen drawers, didn't learn marmalade from grieving widowers, didn't dance badly at harvest festivals, and feel, for the first time in years, like they belonged somewhere. Probably, she said. But I think we might not be normal people. Definitely not. He lifted her hand, kissed her knuckles lightly. Mum's going to be insufferable about this, you know that. I'll make her tea. The approval tea. That might help. He stood, gathering his papers. I should go. Start clearing the attic. Let the roofer know the plan. He paused at the door. Monday. I'll be here Monday. I'll clear the spare room. Don't go to any trouble. Tom. She smiled. I'm going to quite a lot of trouble. Accept it gracefully. After he left, Iris stood in the cottage feeling something she couldn't quite name. Anticipation, maybe, or possibility, the particular flutter of having made a decision that changed things. Monday, 4 days away. 4 days to clear boxes, change sheets, make space for another person in her careful routines. She started with the spare room, sorting through boxes she should have sorted months ago, books she'd read and wouldn't read again, kitchen things she'd never used, the accumulated evidence of a life that had been put on hold and was now, slowly, starting to move again. By evening, the room was clear enough to see the floor. The bed, an old thing that had come with the cottage, was made with fresh sheets. A lamp sat on the bedside table, simple, sparse, but ready. She made toast for dinner, standing at the window as she always did, watching the fairy lights come on with the timer. But tonight felt different. Tonight felt like the beginning of something, rather than the continuation. Her phone buzzed. Mr. Pritchard. Heard about the roof, about you offering a room. Good. She didn't ask how he'd heard. There was no point, in Little Darlow, asking how anyone heard anything. How are you feeling? She typed back. Old, tired, grateful the village has something else to gossip about. She smiled at her phone and ate her toast and let the evening settle around her. Outside, the village was doing its Thursday night thing. Lights in windows, dogs walked, televisions flickering through thin curtains. She was part of it now. Really, truly part of it. Not just living in the cottage, but woven into the fabric of the place. Moss appeared, demanded his evening attention, settled into her lap with the weight of a cat who had decided, finally, that this was home. Monday, she told him, we're having a guest. He blinked slowly, unimpressed by the concept of guests, but willing to reserve judgment. You'll have to be nice. Another blink. No promises. Fair enough. She scratched behind his ears. We'll figure it out together. The cottage creaked around them, settling into night. The fence stood guard in the darkness. The fairy lights twinkled their patient welcome. Monday was coming. But tonight was tonight, quiet, complete, exactly enough. Iris closed her eyes, let herself be held, and thought about spare rooms and leaking roofs, and the unexpected ways people could grow together.